Can't stand zombies and anything else anymore. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm not to the point I can't stand them, just that I don't have a passion for them. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pick up where we left off, where we have on-stream Survivor. And this is we're playing the survival mode of the game. Now, for those who missed how the last Starship goes, basically you can build your ship part by part, and there's two general modes that we've got going on here. I also forgot two things that I'll need to do, which is this. I don't need to do it, but I'm gonna do it. Which you on the side of YouTube will see nothing, because it has nothing to do with you. All right, but so with the last Starship, there's kind of two different ways you can play the game. Is one, you can play it where it's kind of like there's dealing with the economy and combat and trade and moving passengers around and all this, and the core thing is about building this gate to become a multi-galaxy population. That's one mode. That's like the big campaign mode. And then there's the second mode, which is what I'm playing here, which is the survival mode. Now, the survival mode is basically kind of like Faster Than Light. There is a threat that's coming, and you are trying to stay ahead of it. The differences, though, between this and Faster Than Light, I just realized how much ammo I've got there. These are good problems to have. The differences between, say, this and Faster Than Light is in Faster Than Light, you've got the rebels going around, and you're trying to get the MacGuffin or the data or whatever to the Federation or whatever to stop the rebels. In this one, you can't really see it because I'm in a nebula. There's a big old black hole back there. I mean, you can't see it yet because we're just started the system. But we effectively have, like, this black hole void thing that's just endlessly expanding and consuming the galaxy. And you're trying to save it, but you also have the extra stipulated thing that is just about, saving as many people as you can. So right now, we have captured a bunch of data, and we have gotten about 1,000 people on our ship that we are rescuing. The other thing I wanted to check is there's another object here. Which is to get 10,000 people rescued as well. Oh, and we also finished some science. Now, what I'm trying to remember is there was something that... That's all automation stuff. There was something in here... One moment. Sorry. There was something in here that I needed to fix, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, no problem. Yeah, for those who don't know, I am being sponsored by Opera GX this week. Or, sorry, not this week, this month. So it is a link on the top of the chat on the Twitch side and all that. But it's just a new browser relatively new browser, that basically has a focus for stuff like gamers and people watching streams and all these kind of things. Both streams as in like Twitch and streams as in Netflix and all that. It's got built-in ad blocker, built-in VPN, all that kind of good stuff. So it's trying to take a more modern take on browsers and all that. But I am being sponsored by them, and they do actually give kickbacks if people download download Opera GX and all that. So I do appreciate everyone who has gone and done that. We've had 23 people grab it and all that. So I do appreciate that. So that's like just a sponsor plug. So food is settled. Water is honestly gonna be a problem because it's going to get stuck. Sewage is handled. CO2 is fine. It's gonna back up when my oxygen maxes out. What? There was something I was like, this is something I need to work on. Oh, it was our fuel. That's right. I've got enough go in my ship now that if I go and start moving my ship, it does slowly drain my fuel because of how many thrusters I have. I also need to add more thrusters because our ship's got a lot of junk in the trunk. And it's getting a little hard to pull around. Because this is our ship at the beginning, just this little middle, just this part here that looks like well designed and everything, and then the thing that just looks like it's effectively dead space. That is entirely so I can have this giant, like, space hotel thing on the top of it, because it has to sit on the top of it. And so as a result of that, we are just dealing with that whole situation entirely. Alright, so with that said, we were chilling here for a minute. Oh, there's a derelict ship here? Yeah, I don't care about the derelict ship. We were sitting here for a minute because this system, I can replenish my materials I turn into fuel. And so I was trying to get that. And that was the next project I needed to work on, was just make another area back here somewhere. And where I've got like kind of all of this fuel production just kind of mooshed in here wherever I could fit it. I want to move that back there and just scale up our fuel production. Which shouldn't be too hard because I could take all this little bit of fuel production that's up here, move it back there, and then just plug it into the existing system. But for right now, I just need to kind of top off these tanks a little bit. And part of the reason why we're running the fuel is all these things that are rippling red lights. Those are reactors. We have a big ship. It eats a lot of power. But with that said, I can't do much here until we go to a system that's got a shipyard. The only shipyards I see are that one and this one. So we do have a thing. We've also got a rescue mission here. I'm assuming we already did the... Yeah, we already did the rescue because that was... We were by the exploded ship earlier. Alright, so let's go to the next rescue mission. And we're going to rescue some people. But yeah, so the problem we have is our top velocity is getting real low. I think we were at 8 when before we were around like 20 and 30. That's actually one of the things that made me very effective in combat for a while, is when we only had like the little bump back here and all of these engines. I was able to very, very quickly, not really maneuver, but like just start going horizontally really fast, which gave me a pretty decent evasion rating of something like 30%. So 30% attacks would just miss. But those days are kind of over. I'm gonna need a lot more go if I'm gonna do that. Okay, so kill the throttle, turn on our maneuvering. Okay. So get the people on board. And this is our system where we're continuing to collect the gas. Alright. So we'll undock and shift away. So with that, we can go ahead and do our next jump. We're going to go hop over to... Well, actually, I've got passengers over here. We're just going to quickly hop from place to place, dumping people off, getting new passengers. But I want to get to the shipyard. I'm also wondering, when I look at the habitat view, it marks these, but doesn't give me any information on it. I'm assuming that means, like, the vents on it are partially blocked by the hotel, because they're still giving me some material. So I am wondering if I go and I, you know, put them here and I just put, like, a little pocket of, like, no habitat there, will that make it better? Okay, so you're on a new system here. So you've got a couple people that want to be rescued. That's 98, 99. And you're in the next sector, so we'll definitely take them. So 98, 99, so 98 is over here. And 99, yeah, so we've already hit the point that's unreachable, because there's the black hole. And then 99 is over there in a hostile system. So we're continuing to drop people off. We've hit our highest population on the ship ever, of 1,000 people exactly. Yeah, so we're not going to do those rescue missions, so we won't worry about that. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the transport passengers up here real quick. And then once we finish that, we're going to take a quick detour. And I'm going to open up another large area of the ship back here. And make a large fuel production area. And then we'll slowly, move all the fuel production back here. So that we can scale it up a lot. And I have to move all the sewage and stuff from the back because we have them dump it if I get a surplus of it. Okay. Alright, so you can turn in that contract. Before anything else, I need to get more stuff happening in here. So go ahead and open hallways going farther back. This will be our fuel production area. It'll start with that real quick. And we'll go here and say doors. We'll put doors here and here for right now. Okay, so we have... Oh, because I just opened a huge area. It's basically being like, there's not enough oxygen because I just opened a giant chunk of ship that's trying to pressurize. Alright, so first thing is huge tank. Another thing I'm going to want to do okay. I'm making what's effectively wings just to give me more places for engines later. Alright. So confirm that. I'm going to go habitat, expand out to that area. I'm going to go to armor, chuck armor on all that as well. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is none of this is going to be running right now, so all of these gas collectors are getting moved because they don't work in this system anyways. So yoink all the gas collectors. Now, my experiment I want to do Alright, so it's right in this area. Actually, what I could do is I'll install the gas collectors first. Then I will go and see if I can't pop the top on those and if they'll work better. They're just rearranging the ship a little bit. Okay, so we got those. Install gas collectors. I've got 9 of them. So cable them all together for power. And cable doesn't cost anything, so I'm just going to slam it all through here. Okay, so those are all in the power. Okay, and we've got the huge tank there. Okay, so I get all that in the huge tank. Alright. So with these all powering up, now let's try going back to ship editor. So now it's happy. It's not blinking red at me. Cool. That makes sense. It really doesn't, but you know, we can pretend. Alright, so after that stage, we then have the chemical labs. Which I got a bunch of those. Or sorry, not the chemical labs, the refineries. So I've got these already run back here. Let's see if I can pipe the unrefined gas back here. Okay, there's the unrefined. So I've got that piped back into that system. So with that, I can go in here and take out all the chemical labs that are responsible for converting that. Which I think that's all of them. Okay. As you can see, the point here is just to make this scalable, where it's not all crammed into wherever pocket I can get it to fit in. Alright, so, refineries. We collected apparently a whole bunch of things. We could go ahead and get the cables, do this. And those all be need to switch over to convert stuff. Unfortunately, they didn't have a second large canister for sale here. I don't really want to put the medium ones in. So we're just going to kind of live with that for right now. I'll see if we can buy that because it's here, and we can just expand this operation that much more. Okay, so you are making the more advanced gas. Alright. So do I want to run a cable back here? Yes, I've already got this cable running back here. So go ahead and get the refined stuff. Get that hooked up to the rest of the system. So those are now all processing the gas and all that. We'll want to go here and now put the chemical labs back there. Until I've got the extra canister, or whatever, we won't quite be able to get that sorted. You are still pressurizing, but it looks like it's doing fine. It's probably draining some of these oxygen. No, it's not. The oxygen tanks are full, and the CO2 is starting to back up. Are you connected and producing? You shouldn't be. You are. There we go. So I've turned off oxygen production to try and keep that from getting out of hand. Okay, so we've got that expansion there. Now, the next thing I want to do is go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so what's going to happen here now, so you're going to go into this space. You're going to open it up. Because we already identified I need more engines. We're struggling to get the speed I need. There's 3 engines on this side. And 3 on that side. And there's 2 thrusters back there. And 2 back here. So the power's the easy one to plug in. We just cut that across. It's already in the area. And then the next thing will be the fuel line. Where do I have my nearest fuel line? So that's my fuel line there. Yeah, it's a power cable. We're alright. Just need to not cross my pipes. I can cross them over each other as long as they're direct and one has been filled. And honestly, in this case, I'm just going to run you across. Okay. So our ship has gotten even bigger and more unreasonable. As you do. Now we got a courier mission that's already going to a system we've got queued up something for, so we'll go ahead and accept that. I'm not able to accept that one because not high enough level. And you want to go to the next sector, so we'll go ahead and grab another group of people to toss on our ship. While they're getting on board, how is our habitat? Okay, so now it's doing the thing where it's blinking. So, I think that might be because it's blocked. But let's just, as a paranoia thing, let's go to habitat and erase the habitat that's right over top of them. That does fix it. So we're just basically going to have a lot of gas collectors in the middle of my ship. It will have knocked down my total population I can have, but that's okay. That does mean when we go into Nebula, it should be able to pull in a lot more gas faster is my assumption of how that'll work. Alright, their next destination will be going back down here. It'll probably pop into one of these systems now. I've unclogged all these and grab a bunch more stuff. But yeah, as you can see, all of this is kind of gradually opening. We're just going to make you generic storage for now. And switch you to mission storage. Since we opened up a lot of this. Alright. So with all that, why did your O2 keep surging up and down? I think it's just the literal volume of the ship. It's just doing calculation shenanigans. Because our O2 is pretty much primed. I might also just need to put, like... I don't know how much of this simulates over the different areas of the ship. Like, I'll try putting a vent back here. 2 crew members in space. Why were you in space? Oh, they're putting the thrusters on the back. That's fair. Yeah, you're adding my thrusters. That's fine. Yeah, we'll try adding another air vent back here. See if that helps normalize it a bit better. Because we've got, like, an air vent here. I think I've got another one there. But I think it's just the scale of the ship is making the calculations go a little wonky. That's fine. That's going to be selling sewage, and I don't really care about that right now. Okay. So we can drop off them. Okay, you want to go to 104. So let's go ahead and check. So 104 is back where we came from. That's fine. I will grab the ones I want to go to 104. And you've got another huge tank for me, which is perfect. So I can put the huge tank here. And pipe that in there. And then with that, we can go to the chemical labs I got scattered all over the place. Because you two are doing the fuel. You two are doing fuel. I believe that's all the ones doing fuel. We'll go ahead and while we're here is industry. Grabbing our chemical lab. I'll grab 2 air ducts. We'll see if this helps. So we'll plunk down an air duct right there. And see if that makes any kind of difference with anything and cause it to normalize. We'll get the chemical labs. And they didn't have a second huge container, but that's fine. Alright. We'll also go down here. Grab two more gas collectors. Cables, bring the power over, run it down. Okay, so you make fuel. And we are going to want to expand this a lot. Okay, so fuel goes this way. Plug that into the fuel line down here. And the gas goes this, or the refined gas goes this way. Alright. So we're going to be on the lookout for more chem labs. And actually what we could probably do is we go way up here to the front. What does it take for me to make a chem lab? I do not get to make one, apparently. That's fine. Sure. I still have more money than I know what to do with. Okay, so we still have a bunch of random things floating around here. That we've been getting lots of. Let's go sell some of this junk I've got piling up here. So I don't need those small containers. I don't need the spare FTL drives. I don't need the spare table workstations and all that. We're not using railguns. For the love of everything, we're not using bullets. I've got way more seeds than I know what to do with. Okay. So get that all off my ship. So it's not taking up space. Alright, we got another air duct. I'll put you there just because. Alright. Have a loader with that air duct you installed? You can't remember he needs one. No, so if you look at the piping we've got under here, so that kind of lightish, almost white-blue piping, that's an oxygen line. So that air duct is sitting right on top of that line. So it's hooked up to this oxygen container, all of these things, and that's the same reason I put it down there. So there technically is a loader for the oxygen here, but it's not been turned on in a very long time. Because we are just producing copious amounts of everything. Okay, we've got all of our... No, not all of our ore. Most of our ore is processed. We got a bunch way back there. What are you configured to do? Metallic? That's fine. So you're at metallic. You're at scrap. You're at precious. That'd be another thing to work on at some point, is making an actual industry space versus it just slammed wherever I could shove it. But that'll be something for later. Alright, also, industry. Go ahead and add more. Oh, 1 second. So let that sit for a moment. Why are you complaining about blocked? Oh, because the fuel tanks are full. That's fair. Okay. So while we're waiting for that to move, contract-wise, there's nothing new here to do. We have transport people here. I'm going to actually detour on our way over there. I'm going to hit this nebula system. Okay, we're still hauling junk out of here and getting rid of it. So that's fine. You work on your stuff. To get our cables, the pipe should wire up fine. Just waiting for them to get back here. Needless to say, the ship is getting large enough to the point it's kind of becoming its own little problem. That's all stuff our drones are pulling in. Becoming a capital mothership? Yeah. So we're just waiting. They're still unloading all the garbage we tossed on there. I just had so many of the seeds from our hydroponics that I just need to get rid of those seeds for a bit. Yeah, so we got metallic and precious. Way back here. You like how that sends tenders out to your ship? Yep. I'm gonna have to find ways to make this faster. Alright. So we've got the entire crew running back and forth. Honestly, let's go ahead and go to crew. Welcome aboard, team. You were hired because we needed more work done. It said docking shenanigans. Yeah, you can dock with other big ships and all that to facilitate things. But yeah, no, like the little tender ship, though it does do some like hand waviness, you'll notice I was like, okay, give me 25 more crew. And I didn't have to like go back to station to get the crew and come back. They just magically popped out of the ship. Just the same, I could be like, okay, well, I want more drones, and then suddenly the drones show up. Okay, well, I want this one giant piece of equipment you're not likely to have on there. Oh yeah, no, that's fine, we got that. How many suits do I have at this point? I'm probably sitting on a big pile of those, right? If we're offloading a bunch of stuff. 28. Go and get rid of a couple of those. I'm just kind of looking at all the surplus of stuff we've got laying around everywhere. The whole front of the ship is just full of ingots of metal from our massive mining operation we did. How's our fusion reactor doing, by the way? Yeah, so it's got plenty of fuel for the fusion reactor. At some point, I really should get a second. Yeah, it's a pretty decent size. Well, the CO2 seems to be doing fine. Like, I got some in the buffer here. Well, no, it might be losing ground. Okay, well, while we're sitting here, do you happen to have more air handlers? Look at the cable over here. So that's the oxygen pipe. And that's the CO2 pipe. Because we'll keep expanding that. Because that's what's happening, is we're basically making this entire ship in just this giant thing of life support. Put a couple extra batteries in there. Put a couple batteries up there. Just while we're waiting. Okay, we can finally leave. And there's the black hole, quickly trying to swallow us up. Alright, so now the hope is all these are churning. Yeah, so they were only pulling like 1 point something before. Now they're pulling 6.3 each. So I've got all of those going kind of full blast. You're going to be processing those into the gas. And then that makes fuel. Yeah, so like weirdly we just get these spikes of air. And I have yet to figure out what exactly causes those. It genuinely could be just how many people I have on this ship, the 1,000+ people up here. It seems to calculate a lot of their needs once per day, or something like that. It could be that just when it calculates, oh yeah, 1,000 people just breathed in and it just hits the air real hard and it comes back up, that it might just need more air reserves. Garden like a harvest? Yep, no, I got like a whole bunch of hydroponics going on there. Okay, so we're steadily increasing our supply there. And once that's done, we'll get this filled up. Because it did add even more engines, so I want to make sure that's going as strong as we can. Storage. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Hope you had more fun, fun climbing your mountain and utterly horrifying things. But, for those who don't know Wojess, if we can get a shout out for Wojess, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on and everything. But been playing, I believe the game is called Cairn. But it's a very interesting game in that it's like a survival climbing game where the core mechanic is definitely around like climbing and all that, and like grabbing onto your ledges and like pulling yourself up and all that, and juggling, you know, not being too cold and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, it's unfortunate that just the timing rated into the ads. They only go for like another 30 seconds. That's the one thing about like no matter what, because you have to run your ads basically every hour or more frequently than that in smaller bites. But it is just one of those things that I wish when people raided in during an ad break, they wouldn't be subjected to the ads, because then it looks like pre-rolls. Okay, so sorry, but everyone got caught in the ad break. You just the unfortunate timing of catching it in the mid rolls. But again, let me make sure we got a shout out for Wojess real quick, because Wojess is absolutely fantastic. There we go. But playing some Cairn, which is, like I said, it was a survival, like, climbing game and everything, where your main character is just trying to, like, climb some unclimbable mountain and all that type of stuff. But, what is absolutely fantastic, had a whole bunch of things. You tried to hold off to make sure we did hit ads, no success. It's just the way it is. It's just how it is. You hit a literal massive wall. Massive. The in-game lore refers to it as hellish. So you figured an entire wall of stream content ahead of you. Nice. But yeah, so it's been an interesting game to watch, because, like, you're juggling your character's stamina, so you have to, like, get yourself into, like, a proper position on the wall where you can, like, rest. You have, like, difficult things where you're, like, overextended and your character will, like, slowly lose their grip, so you have to, like, kind of work your way through those. You've got hunger, you've got temperature, you've got a whole bunch of stuff, it rains and all that. As long as your character's been climbing, like, where's the oxygen tank? We've got to be getting to that point where we need air supplements going on. Because I know that some of the taller mountains, that's a real thing you got to deal with. You start getting to higher elevation, you got to keep an oxygen tank on you. Like, the people who do Everest, that's one of the things they run into, is they have to have their oxygen with them. But, it looks like a very interesting game. I also appreciate the utter cursed things that the limbs do sometimes. But yeah, so again, check out Wojess. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play. Also a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. Lots of fun content over there. Definitely something to check out. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual. We are playing the last Starship today in its survival mode. Now, to be clear, survival mode isn't what you would normally think of it. We're not struggling any more differently than whatever. The game basically has two primary modes. There's the first mode, which is Go Boldly, which is its story mode. That the idea is humanity is becoming a multiple stellar system, multiple sector galaxy species, and you are helping make this gate to go to the next area and all that kind of stuff. Alright, Jess, you have good time with your dinner and all that stuff. And thank you again for that raid. Meanwhile, you've got the survival mode. The survival mode, and it'll especially look apparent here, is basically faster than light. So we've got this big black hole void thing that is slowly consuming the galaxy, and we're trying to stay ahead of it and save as many people as we can on the way out. I'm on 7 out of 12 sectors, at which point something happens.
Thank you, Midland103, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Midland, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And it means a whole lot that you do that, so thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, so it is one of those things that this is very, very FTL-like. So it's not got like the rogue-like kind of things where you hit an area, it goes, here's one of 3 weapons, or you found whatever. It's a lot more formulaic. This is by the same developers as Prison Architect, if you're not aware. But you'll notice all the back of the ship has nothing in it, and that's because I just need to have people on my ship, and our passengers are in the habitation area, which is just basically a big hotel shoved on the top of your ship. So I just needed to make the surface area of the ship larger to shove more rooms for people to stay in on it. So I keep adding superficial areas to just shove more people on it. Our ship is getting unreasonably bulky. To give you an idea, you can actually see what was my original ship here. So, like, right around here, you'll notice there's, like, it just opens up and there's, like, this symmetry of engines with reactors and all that. And then just this front area, that was my ship. It's gone through a lot of changes, but that was my ship. And everything behind here, I'm kind of treating it like this is a tug, and then this is just like this big cruise liner attached to the back of it. But right now what we're doing is we're chilling here for a moment. I'm topping off my supplies, because these things collect gas, and I'm storing in a bunch of containers throughout my ship here, and then that gets processed into the refined version, which then gets processed again into fuel. And so my fuel is full right now, but we are slowly working on topping all this stuff off. It's going to take a minute. So we're just kind of chilling for a moment to let our reserves build up, because this only moves forward when you're in hyperspace. So we're just kind of chilling, topping off the old gas tank before we move on to the next destination. Because we're getting pretty close to being done with this sector. Most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop up here. We're going to go to the shipyard. I'll probably just buy what I can there. And then I'll probably get another mission to go down here, and then we'll have to leave. There is combat in the game. Our ship has got a really weird setup where all of this side is just an endless series of cannons, and then this side's mining lasers. So I literally have no defense on my left side here, my port side. But my starboard side is basically, my only fear is running into another ship like mine, where both of us line up and we dump shots into where it's mutually assured destruction. But as far as just, like, being able to hammer a target down, I've got enough firepower that I haven't found anything that can endure it very long. Sounds like Space Pirates and Comets. We went from a 2 to a 3 star. I never ended up playing that game, so sadly, I get the reference so far as the game existing. Okay, so we still have carbon dioxide is building up. We do have over 1,000 people on board. Our water is fine. So let's go ahead and set you to make ourselves some air reprocessors. So that's frames, motors, and coils. So let's go ahead and do the coils and the motors, because I believe I'm out of those mostly. And while we're waiting, we'll make a couple of the air processors to help try and get that carbon dioxide controlled. We'll take the pipe. That's our oxygen line. We're going to scooch it over here. We've already got the carbon dioxide line there. We'll run a power line. That way I can just plug in more of these. But yeah, we've also been slowly moving what was our self-contained ship here. I've been moving stuff like here is now all of our air process. Sorry, this is our air processing up here. This is our sewage processing and water processing. This is our farms. This is our fuel processing. This isn't really processing so much as a whole lot of reactors and engines and storage. But the next thing I'd potentially do is go back here, make another room, and I've got a bunch of random manufacturing stuff, as you can tell from the giant heaps of ingots scattered everywhere on the ground in this place. Okay, so we're doing good on motors. Let's switch you over to frames. We're doing good on coils, so I'm going to turn that thing off. How's our tanks going? So we're at about half full. Meanwhile, I'm going to go here. I'm going to add more sewage pipes. Because I accidentally bought those. Or sorry, I didn't buy those, I made those. And the one of the downsides of this game is it doesn't really have much in the way of music of its own. So we turned the music off because it doesn't play that often and there's not much of it. And so we've been listening to stuff like the RimWorld Odyssey soundtrack, the Hardspace Shipbreaker soundtrack. Today we're doing the Starfield soundtrack for all the many flaws that Starfield did have, or does have, I guess. It's actually got some pretty decent music. Alright, so we're going to turn this off now. And turn that off. So we're not manufacturing things I don't need. Alright. So our gas tank's getting pretty full. The Hardspace Shipbreaker soundtrack is great study music for you. Yeah, my only problem is it's only like an hour or so of music, I believe. I think it's actually less than that. So while it's really good music, it is one of those things that it does, after a bit, get repetitive. Okay, so we're solidly ahead on the processing of the carbon dioxide now. So we are slowly emptying out all the carbon dioxide out of the ship and turning it back into oxygen. And I have no idea how our power setup is going. It looks like the fusion reactor isn't getting hit very hard, but it is very likely I'm going to have to expand my power grid at some point. Some point soon, I should say. Which is part of the reason I wanted to start expanding our production of fuel. Because all these red rippling reactors use the same fuel as my engines. And to give you an idea of this problem, I go to move my ship right now. So a little burn there. And I watch my fuel tank, and we just murder that fuel tank. So we just did a tiny little burn, and we had burned that fuel tank down almost 1,000 fuel. We got a lot of engines to move this sucker. That's part of why we're here topping all this off. Here, we can make that go faster. That way we've got a lot of buffer. And I'm planning to put more fuel tanks over here, too. So we could have a huge buffer, so as we're being, you know, really greedy on all of our fuel use and everything, it doesn't become nearly as big of a problem. Okay, so that's just about to fill up. And then we'll be done in this system. Okay, so let's go get our passengers where they wanted to go. But we are playing in the mode that's like FTL. We're trying to save as many people as we can. Part of it is just moving people from doomed stations, which it's weird, because you move them from one station to another station in the path of the black hole, and you're like, I don't feel like I've really helped a lot. Oxygen is over the snow line. So you're not sure how your protagonist is going to do with the snow line? No idea. And thank you, Itchy10 for the 125 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so we're getting the people who wanted off here. We're gonna grab 2 more of those large fuel tanks. I'm also gonna go to industry. We're gonna grab all 3 of those chem labs. So I want to put those 2 there. And these here. And then we'll pipe up these for having more of a buffer for our fuel. Because if our fuel ever runs out, the whole ship's going to basically power down. Which is real bad. Okay, CO2 is handled, sewage is handled, wastewater is handled, water is fine, I can turn that stuff on later. Well, actually, I need to go get an asteroid for that. Oxygen is maxed out to the point that CO2 is going to start backing up because there's nowhere to put the oxygen, which is luckily a self-solving problem. Our people will keep breathing the oxygen, and it is a situation where we'll slowly lose that. So get research going to keep that going. Alright, so new contracts. You have lots of production stuff I don't care about. You want me to deliver that to 102. And 102 is back down there. I will do your delivery of supplies as a black hole goes to consume your home. Because that is definitely how I should be using my time right now. Okay, so fuel, fuel, fuel. The speed of which... Oh, wait, these are balancing. I was about to say, the speed of which I'm producing... I forgot, it's balancing because I added 2 more tanks, so it's equalizing the load of fuel between all the tanks right now. Because beforehand, this is my only fuel tank. Oh no, I got some tiny fuel tanks here I forgot about. Was there anything else? So we have those. I don't think I'm going to toss more engines on here right now. One thing that could also potentially help, let's go to logistics. Let's get some more drone ports. So that way when we're salvaging, it goes faster. Alright, I've got a lot of the fusion power there. Let's get a fusion reactor. Because like I said, I'm getting a little worried. Alright, so I got I got stuff running everywhere. It's probably not where to put this. But this is where my nuclear fuel is. There. So I'll give it the second fusion reactor. So that should help mitigate some of the problem there. And part of the reason I'm doing that is I noticed this is full. And I got plenty of isotopes and everything there. That's making FTL charges. Which we should probably have tons of, if I'm not... Yeah, we got tons of FTL charges. Oh, wait, we got room for more guns over here. Hey, while we're waiting on that... computer, 1, 2, 3 cannons, and a weapon specialist. We can go ahead and plug some guns in on this side. 1 second, just realized. Are you all wired up? You are not. They still work without the weapon specialist, but the weapon specialist is supposed to make them a lot more accurate. I don't honestly know how much of a difference it makes. Meanwhile, you wanted me to rescue civilians, and it's a combat mission. There's not more I need to do here right now. Let's go ahead and we can jump back off to drop this last second delivery to the colony here. Because of all the things we could be doing with our time to ensure our longevity and all that, instead we're just going to go ahead and do, you know, end of days Uber. Yeah, exactly, as Conrad's saying, like, end of days Uber, you know, do that delivery. That's up there. So here comes the black hole. Because we do have scanners on our ship that give us science based on, you know, how close we are to the black hole while we're jumping. So there's actually a reward for me riding pretty dangerously close to it. Grab the huge tank. Also, speaking of which, more science. And we can run some power. We're getting more science happening here. And putting our huge tank here for our fuel production. Okay, I don't think we care about most of the rest of this, right? Let's see. Water's good. CO2's good. Oxygen's basically full. The fuel is slowly climbing as it's processing all the material up to fill all those reservoirs. And the only thing you have is a production contract for explosives. I see we're taking the strategy of hucking bombs into the black hole. Science downstairs, hotel upstairs. The ship is like a mullet. Business in the front, party in the back top. Alright. Okay, so it looks like we're leaving because the only system that's reachable is one that's got hostiles in it that I don't really have a reason to fight. I can fight them. It's fine. Did you have an arc cannon for me, by chance? You do. Give it to me. Hang on, I don't like the way that looks. Okay, so just have them drop that off. And then we're going to jump out of here. Alright, so that's just me giving them sewage back so they can wait. Alright. So for once I don't have anyone to rescue. Can I actually jump back? No. I was going to see if I could jump back to the edge there. Alright, so we're going to move ourselves to the jump gate. It's time to go. So how bad is our fuel usage now? We are at the point now that at least turning, we're not killing our fuel. When we go full forward thrust, we are burning our fuel, but not like we were before. It's a very slow trickle down versus a, you fire it up and you just watch the fuel just hemorrhage. Right, and I added you. So let's get you wired up to weapons, so that way if I do get into a fight, because there's a lot of times we get into fights we don't necessarily want. And one of those common times is when we jump into a system, we end up jumping into a fight. And we can just straight up retreat if we want, but we have to endure long enough for our FTL drive to spin up. We did get deflectors, and I haven't had a chance to use those, so I have no idea how good they are. I've got one here and one there. I don't know, like, how much I should be... I think I also might have one on the... Yeah, I've also got one on the other side, because sometimes ships will cross over me and then put them on my blind side. So what's our speed now? 9. So adding all 6 of these engines on the back got me 1 extra amount of speed, like 1 extra unit of speed. All that extra fuel consumption, just not quite 10% faster. I think to really get this thing moving again, I will need way more engines than I think I'm willing to put up with. So we are just now agility of a barge. Because in a lot of ways we are a barge. Alright, so it's now time to go to Sector 8 out of 12. Alright, so we got 889 survivors on board the ship this time, that we are ferrying to the next system. We also have 1,240 cannon shells. Of which 836 of the people on our ship are permanent citizens. Okay, so we didn't drop out into a fight this time. The last 2 times we dropped out. So we got 1.5 million just for the people on board. Okay. There is, like, crap all on this part of the system. So I'm going to go ahead and drop right off to where they want me to take the passengers. So this system is probably not going to be one we do a lot in, because the whole front half of the system is just devoid of shipyard, stations, anything. Okay, is this a nebula system? It is. All my gas things are winding up, so I can turn in our contracts. Getting our huge tank here real quick. To continue to expand our stuff there. Okay, so you want urgent request to NG-14. NG-114 is the system out of here, so we'll go ahead and accept them, get on board. You want to go to the next sector, so I'll bring you on board. You want to go to NG-16. Alright. CO2's fine, oxygen's fine, this is fine, water's fine. There are so many people getting on our ship right now. There are so many people getting on our ship right now. So you're in NG-17, or 117 and 120. Where are those two? 117's way back here. 120's over here, where there's a comet and a derelict ship. I'm going to accept both of those, even though I feel like I shouldn't. So I can accept all those missions. So I currently have 1,200 people living on my ship. And our fuel tank is slowly filling back up. Alright, let's see here. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about everything and nothing all at once? Alright. I'm increasing our throughput for our fuel production. Pretty soon we're going to... I'm one of those. Yup. Melodramatic fools. Alright, so as soon as we get these set up, I'm just trying to make sure it keeps producing the fuel fast enough to keep our ship running. I would not be surprised with us tossing an extra 300 bodies on this ship if we start to find something... start struggling. Okay, so you... refine the gas, refine the gas, refine the gas, refine the gas. Make fuel, make fuel. Alright. Yeah, so we can refine the gas faster than that. Is this a shipyard by chance? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and we're going to draw floors. I'm going to open that up. And we'll go ahead and grab 3 more gas collectors. Got our power cables. Got our pipes. And then how full is our ship's habitat? We got 700 space left over. So once those get installed, we'll see where the vents are going to go on top of it, and we're going to open up another thing of vents. And all of this is to try and make it so when we go into these systems, I can very quickly top off every one of my reserves as fast as we can. Because half of this stuff is going to shut off when we leave the system, because all this gas collection will turn off, because there won't be gas collection to use. Yeah, so food is fine. Sewage is honestly a problem just because we end up needing to... Like, we get the compost, we process it into compost. Is our wastewater starting to get ahead? Okay, the wastewater is juggling. It's staying about balanced. But that does worry me. Do you have water purifiers by chance? I'll take 2 more of those, thank you. Okay, so that'll help make sure the wastewater stays under control. Their fuel is almost topped off. Their refinery is almost topped off. And the Metreon gas is almost being pulled in faster than we can refine it. Which is good, because that means these should fill extremely fast once these start popping on and off as this fills up. Because it fills up at 22,500, so these are about to top off. And then you'll see half of these cut off, and this should just shoot up at that point. And then these are also filling up, which means these will turn off, then those will turn off. And for this set, I'm not going to add them to the fuel stuff. I'm going to add them to the oxygen. because that'll unclog things with the oxygen for the CO2 and give us even more of a buffer before oxygen becomes a crisis. Luckily, none of these are timed. Alright, so we're going to drop back here, and we're going to run into a fight on this one, and potentially another fight on that one. So the idea is drop all the way back here, circle around, do that delivery, do this rescue. There's a fight here and here. You'll see how that goes. Yep, so all those are equalizing. Yeah, you're gaining gas relatively quick. And that's with all these still constantly running on and off to offset all these running. But as soon as that gets, relatively full, everything should start cycling a lot more. I also need to go here and go to erase habitat. So we just opened a pocket in the middle there so all those gas things can properly work. Did I open that farther than I needed to? I did. There we go. And how close to full are we? We are at about 1,200 of about 2,000 we can carry. And I haven't the foggiest how I want to add even more passengers onto this thing. Because all this has got guns and mining lasers on it, so if I put anything up here, we block off our defenses. And thank you, Kenna Hawk, for the 110 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Sure, here we go. It just keeps getting more and more junk in its trunk. There's just no avoiding it. And confirm. And habitat. And confirm. And armor. And confirm. There's a couple million more gone. Before we go too far, do you happen to sell thrusters? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So let them install those, and then we'll be out of here. Because fuel is full, the refined gas is full, that is filling up extremely quickly. It's not so much a mullet so much as full-out glam rock. Yeah, we just got a reverse pompadour. It's just the pompadour coming off the back. The cursed mullet alternative. Alright, just waiting for our people to get back on board, and then it's go time. Alright, so I'm a little concerned that we have massively compromised our ability to fight doing this. But there is only one way to find out. Honestly, I don't really care about getting you your sewage, man. Okay. So, no enemies here, but there is a meteor shower. So docking port's there. I'm going to put us in a combat stance, just in case, because it looks like the meteors are coming from the side that I have my guns for once. Okay, that one is a miss. Those are both misses. We overshot the target. Oh my god, the thrusters do nothing. Okay, new plan. Turn the ship all the way around. Go ahead and kill being in red alert. We're turning our non-defensive side. Surprisingly, we haven't been hit yet, which I'm shocked by. There it goes. I say, because I'm shocked by that. Kill the throttle. Okay, so far just armor hits. Give us a little throttle. A little bit more. 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 Way more. How fast are you moving? All the throttle. Just open it. Well, there will be no rescue. It is faster than I am. So that is unfortunate for you. Okay. New plan. We're just gonna go ahead and deliver this. Rip those people, I guess. Next time it momentarily says people are suffocating, let's stop and see where it says that's happening. Meanwhile, propulsion. Give me 2 more engines. They don't have any thrusters ready. Sweet, I can wedge them in here. I was a little worried I wasn't going to be able to wedge them in there because of the thrusters. Hey, Revu, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Means like a lot. You had a bad Friday. You're currently at the point where you're wanting to be transferred to a different school in your school district. That's no fun. Okay. So it says I've got crews suffocating. That says O2 99%. Which is weird, because this room has multiple things there. I think that's just centering on my ship. Do we have anyone who's got the warning on them? I don't see anyone with, like, the suffocation. The closest I found was over here. This person wearing a suit was at 99%, but I do have the air ducts. Let's just try throwing my air ducts at it. Because as I mentioned before, I don't think the game simulates a lot of stuff as far as where the air's at. We've got plenty of air here. How is our water doing, by the way? So water's getting pretty high. So let's go ahead with our pipes and hook up our oxygen generator again. All this is fine. This would be a system we could mine in. If we were to mine, it'd be copper, but I don't think we need any of that. I got ingots everywhere. And unfortunately, they did not have thrusters. Well, they had more engines. I don't know where I'd even put them. And our habitat. What? Oh, right. It started another row of those. 1 second. We can go here. Habitat. Erase habitat. All right. Also got more science to research. We'll be able to make our own large tanks. Yes, that's only half full, so I don't really think we need to expand that again right now. I forgot we actually have stuff. So the atmosphere throughout the ship looks good. I'm not seeing any rooms where it's not a healthy green. The jobs are fine. The schematic is fine. And exterior's fine. Alright. So there's an urgent request to transport people to 124. I'll go ahead and accept that. You have an urgent passenger request for 114. You have a courier request to 122. The rescue request, I'm not going to bother. So one thing I could do here, I probably should do, is I can open this area up and add more engines. So let's go here and erase a pocket of hull like that big. Let's make it this big. Erase a pocket of hull there. Confirm that. So we can draw floors in here. Confirm that. How much did that shrink our habitat? Only about 100 rooms. Now I could go here and go to purchasing. I'm gonna grab those 2 huge tanks. We're gonna go propulsion. Give me those 4 engines. Now you put the engines on here. My day's going well. So I'll put you and you there. You and you here. So I get the power. Okay. So with this, we can cut the fuel line across here. Drag it on down there. Connect it over there. So that'll give us 4 more engines. So we can hopefully get this thing. Why are you all disconnected? Pipes. Oh, right, you were connected through there. Alright, there we go. So we're re-engaging those pipes, or those thruster, or engines, because that's because we just ripped a hole in our ship. Okay, so we grabbed all the contracts we could that are worth mentioning. So we're here. Those systems are off limits. We could do another hostile rescue. So let's go ahead and get the rescue here where there's the hostile forces. 23 new users? What's that about? I don't know what you're talking about, 23 new users. I also just realized I meant to step away about half an hour ago to quickly do some stuff for preparing for dinner and all that. 4 enemy ships in a meteor shower, and you know what? Never mind. I agreed to a fight. But that's in a meteor shower too. Let's just defend ourselves as we get out of here. It'll take me a moment because I'm charging up my FTL drive. And we're out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this up here? Yeah. This is OperaGX is sponsoring the stream. They are a browser. And so they've been sponsoring our stream for the month. That basically they have a lot of functionality like built-in VPN, built-in ad blocker. You can also tell it, hey, you're only allowed to use so much memory and so much CPU so it doesn't slow down your game, so you don't have one tab open in Chrome and like it's taking 12 gigs for no discernible reason. OperaGX gives you a lot of control on that. I keep getting the warning that people are suffocating, but not seeing it. And when I look at the atmosphere, it's also fine. Alright. So we evacuate about 4,000 citizens. Also, you might point out as a sharp thingy enjoyer, don't touch the blade. The oils and the fingers aren't good for the blade. Okay. Can it stop things like Google from collecting data? I mean, if you use a VPN, they won't be able to collect the same data. Obviously, if you log in, they'll still get data, but it won't be associated with like your IP or whatever. But like fully stopping someone from collecting any data whatsoever, you need to just not use their service. But like the VPN can help if you're using VPNs. Oh, I should probably stand you down from red alert. Okay, so you want to have me go to NG123. I'll accept that. There's hostile forces there, so that's not going to happen. Because we could definitely hammer the hostile forces. That part is fine. We'll need to go to the shipyard to repair. But bear with me, chat. I need to step away for about 5 minutes to quickly do some stuff for when Tomb gets home for dinner-wise. But I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, sorry for the long break. We had some food we picked up recently that normally Toon would have had today off or whatever, and we're gonna cook it for like lunch or whatever. Um, and it was just kind of one of those things that she got called into work for the last 2 days, so it was gonna go bad if I didn't cook it. So just had to get that knocked out. Took a little over 5 minutes. And I had to run down in about an hour to get it done. But it was one of those things that had to happen. Let's see. So we just finished jumping to the system. It is a nebula system, so we're refilling our fuel, all that kind of stuff. There's no more large tanks for us here. There is more engines and more thrusters. Because we gotta try and fix where this thing can barely move by just adding way more thrusters and all that. Let's cut her straight across here now. They've already got that all wired up. Okay, so that should help with all that. Meanwhile, we'll go to the science. They don't have any things I want. I was going to put more hyperspace sensors in here. But basically, I'm trying to just expand on a bunch of that. Meanwhile, we could also check on the contracts. There's rescue civilians. Alright, so we've got one. The transport civilians back here. As you can see, the black hole is consuming this system, so drop here, probably hit that, and probably leave. Because this system has kind of been a not amazing system. Okay. Our new thrusters are coming... Oh, sorry, our new engines are coming online. Our new thrusters are online. Let's go drop you off. I'm assuming this is murder on my fuel. Oh, you're not wired up. There we go. Okay, and that's giving me more fuel and all that. Yeah, so our fuel tanks are basically full. So turn that contract in. We've got this one dropping off at the R system we're already going to. Apparently can still... 122. Yeah, I'll be on our way out. There's nothing else new for us here. We can go ahead and get more tanks. That'll be nice. I've got room for 2 more engines, probably. We'll grab the thrusters, go to the science area, and grab all those as well. Okay, so I'll take care of them. And for this set, I'll put these as internal thrusters here. Okay, we've got more huge tanks. Alright, and hyperspace sensors. Okay. We got nothing else here to grab. So how are we doing on our passenger situation? So right now, I've got 1,500 people on board. Out of 2,500 I can handle. Our water is not looking amazing. Our sewage is backing up. So we do have a sewage problem. So let's go here and see. We've got 2 wastewater plants we can buy here. So we're running more power through there. We get 2 more of those. So we want to go ahead and keep adding to those for right now. We've got all that. How's our air doing? It does appear to be steadily going down now. So I'm probably going to want to go here and get, let's say, 2 oxygen makers. We've got the pipes, so there's the oxygen out, the water in. Which system had the comet? That's the one we can't really get to anymore. Because that system sucked. It had meteor shower, comet, and everything going on. Alright, so next time we have a comet system, we're going to go out of our way to pick up extra comets. Let's go ahead and grab if there's a ice crusher. Nope. We'll grab like 2 or 3 ice crushers as well, so when we need to supplement our water supply, we can. Because the water supply is going to hold for a while. But eventually it'll need to be dealt with. Also check the piping over here, so you're back connected over there. Yeah, he's got a pretty significant amount of water. Pretty significant about the other stuff. I think we're slightly... Do hydroponics make oxygen? No. We're ever so slightly ahead on the sewage. It is gradually going down. The oxygen is gradually going down still. Alright, so that's going to be a problem. That's just because of the sheer volume of people we've got on board. Alright, honestly, I don't think we stay here. Let's just worry about getting our deliveries and stabilizing our oxygen and our water. So part of that's going to be going... Surprisingly, with all those engines going, we just about balance things out. Turning that contract. Grabbing our huge tank. Grab the thrusters. Let's see here. Grab 2 more oxygen makers. Grab the ice grinder. Got 2 more oxygen makers. We'll just plunk them right over here. Okay, and it sounds like Tomb just got home. Got another huge tank. Which I'm going to put here, just to give me a bit of a buffer for if I lose track of the sewage. You don't run into problems right away. We got 2 more thrusters. Okay, and contract-wise, that's another one for leaving the system. You want to ride along for the next system. You want to go back to 124. So you transport passengers back here. Technically, I can actually get back to that system. I'm going to hop over and ricochet over that way. That way we can ride the front of this for as maximum science as possible. Just gotta wait for these people to get on board, and there we go there. Wasn't there a way to convert CO2 to O2? Yeah, we're doing that. It's just right now our CO2, we have no CO2 because we're converting it all. That's what all this line here is for. That's converting all that stuff over. It's just, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. I think it's like 6 CO2 becomes 4 O2. So there is a minor loss of air. And then this converts water to oxygen at a 1-to-1 ratio. And here comes all the passengers. I mean, part of it is we've got, was it 1,700 people going to be on board? And they all have to be so greedy and breathe so much. It's really inconvenient. Alright, do you have water purifiers? Okay. As soon as you're done taking the junk off of there, you're going to drop down here. Okay, that's going to be getting rid of the compost, so I'm not too worried about that. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. When all my engines kick in, we start seeing our batteries dip. Alright, that's a problem we're going to have to deal with. Alright, so give me another fusion reactor. Meanwhile, we needed some more stuff here. Give me another water purifier. Do we have another ice crusher thing? That'll have to do for now. Okay, it's another fusion reactor. Let's see. Buy all. Anytime you see fuel, get it. Yep, you need a CO2 scrubber and then a thing to convert it. I've got it all, but you're noticing we're at 99% oxygen, so it's not a CO2 problem. It is a... Our people are breathing, and even though we're doing the conversion, because it is a conversion that has a small loss to it, we are slowly running out. So I'm going to need to do... Oh, let's also make sure... So you want to go to NG14, NG14. NG14 is the way out of here. Alright, so we'll go ahead and grab you and you. I mean, ultimately we're going to offload almost 1,000 people when we hit the edge of the system. Deep breathing is killing us. Breathe shallower, crew. Yeah, breathe shallower and less frequently. Alright, so these are filling up. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to step away again for just a minute. Welcome my wife home real fast. I know there's going to be a little bit more interruptions, but I'm going to let this run for a minute. I'm just going to run down, welcome her home, let her know what's going on with dinner, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a second. Okay, so Tomb's taking care of the rest of that. That's not something I want to see. That looks awful. I hate that. Um, New buy order. Anytime you see it, buy all of it. Anyways, we're not gonna wait for our fuel tanks and all that to fill up because we need to get going. So the plan from here is just to get to the next system, find a comet as fast as we can. Oh, suddenly our CO2 is spiked. Hold up. So while we're aligning, they're just waiting for that to arrive, and we gotta move. Okay, we don't care about the trade ode, I just want the CO2 scrubbers. Okay, urgent request. So that's 122. I could still go to 122? That seems like a terrible idea. So I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm bringing more people on board, because I don't make decisions I should make. So they're getting that installed. So the water is going down quickly. Let's get some wastewater stuff. So we've got 3 more scrubbers installed. The CO2 is going down very handily. Okay. So basically, I need to get these people off my ship. Okay. There's all the CO2 scrubbers we can get. Oxygen's doing fine. Water's getting pretty dangerous. So you want to go to 114. I'll accept that. You want to go to 114, which is the last jump in the system. Just the spike that happens. And we got Passette also playing the last Starship. Ooh, okay. Well, if you want to find more The Last Starship, Passette's been playing that recently. We can check that out there as well. Alright, so we're pushing ourselves to the limit. Food, we're good. Water is getting properly dangerous. It's only the demo. So one thing I'm actually going to do for right now is I just snipped the water from all of our hydroponics. I've got copious amounts of food. That is a huge water demand that should give us some way to recover. We're just waiting for them to finish loading all the supplies for the courier mission on board. Look at the escalating problems are still like any other expansion situation. Yep. I need you to get those supplies on board a lot faster than you're doing, man. If you don't pick up the pace, everybody dies. No pressure. Okay, that's a new problem. Reprocessor. Alright, and time to leave the system. That's getting the sewage off, or the junk off our ship. Because that's going to start building up a lot. That oxygen bar is nightmare-inducing. Yeah, I think it's just the sheer volume of people we have on the ship. It just causes it to spike a whole lot. I think we're just running into kind of the edge cases that the game, once you start scaling, has problems. Yeah, we gained over 1,000 science by doing that extra detour. Alright, so pay the transit fee. And we have an absolutely astronomical number of people to get off our ship. That we've arrived at their destination. Meanwhile... let's see here. Wastewater, you, ice grinder. Okay. The sewage is still building up. We're still getting people off the ship. Literally like 1,000 of them. Which needs to happen faster because all of this. Alright, so in the meantime... disconnect all those. Let the oxygen start sorting itself out. Alright. Yeah, when we get the next system, I'm gonna have to absolutely hit a comet and just rip it apart for a while to be able to massively supplement our water supply. It went from everything was fine to we have completely overwhelmed all of our systems real quick. Okay, so you want to go to the next system. Welcome aboard. Alright. Just need to get a couple of ingots off the ship and then we'll be good. It's a bit alarming that our entire infrastructure just suddenly got overwhelmed that rapidly. Let's get some of those surplus ingots off of here for a quick industry one, because we haven't been doing those. Alright. So with that, there's nothing else for us here. This isn't a shipyard, is it? No, just a colony. So we'll need to go here. Yeah, I have so many thrusters now that even with the ridiculous amount of power generation we've got, I can actually overrun it. I've got 3 fusion reactors going, and I don't even want to guess how many regular reactors. I'm scared to turn on more fusion reactors, because that I have to jump to make the fuel for it. And I don't really have room to add a bunch of that stuff without, like, making big things to go aside, just capture lots of isotopes. Alright, so that's still going up. Yeah, so we can actually probably do is go over here to the pipes, nip it. We're turning off all our water to oxygen makers so that our water can play some catch up. And then we're making plenty of CO2 now, so we can keep reprocessing that down to oxygen, and that should work well. What is our speed? Oh, we're up to 11. That's actually tolerable. And we currently have 1,400 people on board. Just tearing through our fuel supplies. I believe our max is actually 2,500. Okay. Alright, and this will take us to Sector 9. Out of 12. And this last sector didn't give me nearly as much to work with, so... it'd be appropriate that as we move through the sectors... Oh, I missed that there were people here. Oh, those were the the ones and systems we couldn't up. Yeah, so our food is still really good. Is this like RimWorld? All right, we got 1,400 or 1,415 survivors on board. Not really. Like your crew don't have personalities or traits or anything. They're very throwaway. It's a lot more like your X series of games or whatever. But instead of just having like your prefab ship, you just say, "Here's the guns I'm putting on it, and here's the shields and all that." Instead, you do build it block by block. Okay. So we have 1,051 permanent residents on our ship. There is nothing for me in this system, so we're going to go ahead and hop over here to drop off our passengers. Where is the comet in this system? It's at the end, because of course it is. I'm gonna need all of you to take one last go to the bathroom before you leave. I do need to keep those liquids on this ship. So if you could all just take a quick pop back by the bathroom before you head out, that'd be much appreciated. Okay, so habitation stuff, waste processing, you're processing that, grab you. And more of a CO2 buffer. And an ice grinder. And more purified water purifiers. And wastewater plants. Okay, so the low water is going up. Huh, they must really be packed like sardines in that shuttle when leaving. Yup. Alright. Is there anything I need to change while I'm here? We've been adding in all the extra systems I can kind of get away with. The low water is climbing now. Despite the fact that I still have almost 1,500 people on my ship. Oh, you're not powered up. Okay, so that should start draining that. The oxygen is doing perfectly fine. We got the wastewater on here. And it is gradually draining the sewage, which is gradually giving us wastewater, which is gradually getting us normal water. Do they have another huge tank? They don't. Let's see. Why do we get crew suffocating notification every now and then? I think it's just a calculation issue. Like, if you watch, my oxygen just kind of goes like this constantly up and down. Despite the fact if I pull up my atmosphere thing, it all looks good at all times. And we've tried adding more and more and more stuff on there. Low food. Okay, we'll reconnect you. That's not what you want to see. There, we got our lines crossed. Alright, so I've got the hydroponics turned back on. That's going to put another drain on our water again, though. Okay, that's fine. So you've got passengers who want to go to the next sector. Climb on board. I don't learn my lessons. We've got a civilian ship that is wrecked in NG-132. Which is the exit, so we'll go ahead and accept that one. We'll try and save them on the way out. Alright, we got everyone on board. Okay, so the only objective I got on the map is all the way over there and drop all the passengers here. I'm going to take a quick pit stop here in the middle, see if we can't get some more people, but I am going to try and beeline over the Comet, because if we go to the Comet, I can grab a ton of water ice, and we could start processing that water ice as aggressively as possible back into water. Because that's kind of our catastrophic issue right now. Okay, so while we wait, 2 huge tanks, habitat, wastewater, ice grinder. So I've got you. We got you. Get a thing for the wastewater, because I'm most likely going to overwhelm that. Yep, we have to hydrate. Okay, so you're all hooked up here. We're not hooked up quite yet. Yeah, so sewage is going down. Meanwhile, you want 440. We don't know if we're gonna do that or not, but I'll grab you. You have, so 135, 130. The bottom one has hostile forces. 132 is the system leaving. I don't think I'm gonna bother with... Well, we'll see. Get that stuff off my ship. And you want metal ingots. Get that stuff off my ship. Yeah, so 135. Get that stuff off my ship. So 135 is over there. We're probably going to ignore that. Like I said, I'm going to probably jump over to the Comet pretty early on, because that's how I'm likely going to be fixing my water. My food should fix itself once this gets a cycle or two in. But in the interim, we're gonna be riding a pretty tight situation. Okay. Well, the water has stopped complaining for right now, which is good news. It's like right on that fence. The food should start being harvestable soon. Another thing we should probably do is go back to the seeds. Oh, that's buying. I want to go to sell. Seeds. Needless to say, sell when above 30. Mostly because they're just taking up inventory. And you have... We'll grab the ones from 135. I don't know if we'll actually do that. We also have that one we can maybe turn in. I have just enough to turn that in before I run out of telium. Technically, I could mine it here, but right now, I do think we need to pick up the... Well, actually, we have the huge tanks here. Alright. Helium ore is right there. Because we can literally collect thousands of ore very rapidly. And the food is basically solved, we just have to wait for it to actually cycle. Alright. And now all of our workers are going to just suddenly run up here. But here's the thing. Let's see. Open all doors. I'm wondering if it's a thing that some of those back areas aren't pressurized or something. It just doesn't show well in the UI. Okay, so I've let go. No, it still does that. We'll leave the doors open inside the ship, though. But needless to say, we got as much of that going as we can. And every one of our workers are busy. I hadn't noticed that menu when we last played. Here we got automation researched. Advanced tracks, track speed. I don't really care about that. It is those things we're going to get this research done, and I guess we're just going to yoink out all the science stuff and sell it. Alright. Why are there not more of you working on this? Because a lot of you could be loading those drones in to increase the number of drones you got running around, as well as emptying the things out. Because I know you're not all built, like you're not all busy. Okay, so we got that mission done. So I'm getting a little stressed about the hydroponics thing. Let's go over here. Make our hydroponics gardens. That's frames and energy coils. So you're now making frames, and you're now making energy coils. Kind of paradoxically, I think I just need more workers as well. And we're continuing to build up our supplies there. People are continuing to offload that as fast as they can. Oh, right, I still had that set to go all the way over there. That's fine, it's about to fill that area up. Because it's just... like, it's not like jumping to the next system helps us that much. Okay, they're going as fast as they can. Okay, we just got another harvest. Well, we are actively harvesting. Okay, there's more power. Yeah, so we got 8 of those drills going, and they're just going full speed. And everyone is just grabbing the telium. Because we want to get that telium in here for both future missions, and we use that to make our FTL fuel. This will stop real fast, grab that. We should be getting to the point. Okay, so our gas is getting full, and I'm stressing out about that food. So we're here. We got a rescue mission at a derelict over there. We got transport over that shipyard, and then we got the comet. I'm going to jump straight all the way to the comet. With the intention of mining the comet to get our water situated. And I owe 7,800 bucks. What is the thing that are moving that's 7,800 bucks? Oh, you've got copious amounts of compost and all sorts of other junk like that. That's fine. Okay. You know what? It's fine. We can worry about that later. Okay, so first, do our rescue. And then we go and tear apart a comet for a minute. Wait, my Saladin's bars a little will please rectify this immediately. Too bad. Okay. Throttle off. Use all our thrusters to slowly inch us forward. Says we're out of food. Okay, so rescuing the crew on the ship. Then, like I said, I want to get the comet in range to get a bunch of water ice to make sure we're getting our stuff handled. We'll keep expanding our food production. There's nothing, like, if I go to a station to buy food, the act of going there, because of how much food we consume, I will just lose more food. So let's see. But we are massively expanding our food production. Just gonna take a little while to actually get the result of that. Okay. If everything goes well, we should start seeing that low food slowly climb. I also need to go, I forgot we got some patches of our armor got peeled off by a meteor shower before. Okay. We're just going to keep hammering away on it, and grabbing all the water ice chunks we can and just throw them wherever we can on the ship. That'll do. We're kind of just following at what speed we can handle. Got more hydroponics going. The sewage is all processed. The wastewater's mostly all processed. Yeah, so the bottleneck right now is my workers trying to unload the drone ports. And I won't need to follow this for very long. As you can see, I'm leaving all this ice debris back that we could then just stop and pick up. But now I've got all of these producing tons and tons of the wastewater. Then it'll become even more water, which is good because I'm about to massively increase our water consumption by continuing to add more and more hydroponic gardens. The oxygen is going great. Let's go ahead and kill our thrust so we can stop burning fuel. We probably already got more than enough ice here to fill up as much capacity as we want. In fact, what I'll do is I'll land myself somewhere in the middle here. We can just let the drones grab it. Yeah, so you got all of our ice crushers making the wastewater. The wastewater is outrunning our giant army of purifiers. So that should top off our water tank. The food seems to be stabilizing. I haven't seen it get all the way to 0 in a little bit here. It's definitely not getting a whole lot of wiggle room. Nope, never mind. There's the 0. And part of that is I need the workers to actually be working on getting this stuff planted and all that. That should have our water secure for a while. And we're riding this food fence pretty hard. But we are actively solving that problem by having this over here manufacturing more hydroponic stations. Okay, and we'll just keep researching everything, I guess. The amount of compost we're generating is just utterly absurd. Okay. Cool, we got another one of those online. Because I'm seeing a lot of these trays not empty. You see all the food land all vanishes at the same time. Okay. Oh. I love you. It smells good. Okay. Kim was just bringing us food. Okay. So we should be reaching kind of the extremity of what those drones can reach. Oh, thank you. I love you. Where'd this come from?
From the Christmas present?
Oh, I thought that was yours.
I was.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right. Okay, so we're starting to unload the drones. They're not grabbing any more ice. Is that Jacqueline's? Yeah, it was, I think it was... Ooh, I can't remember if it was Tomb's family or my family. I think it was Tomb's family. It doesn't matter. But either way, sent me one thing of beef jerky and then sent her a thing of beef jerky. But I tend to really like beef jerky, so she's giving me hers. Alright, so we're getting the last of that all sorted. So now they should be able to focus on working the farm. Okay, so that takes care of that for a minute. We got a rescue mission way over here with a derelict ship. And then we also have this over here. So we're going to go for the rescue mission way over there. Because I'm noticing these are already hitting unreachable. So we're going to get to the point where we're not going to be able to do a whole lot there. So continuing to add to the hydroponics. Okay, there's your port back there. This will also make sure our fuel is topped off as best we can. I got 1,600 people on board my ship. Like, we've got money for days. It's whether we can support other things. Yeah, I feel like, because there's an achievement for rescuing 10,000 people in this mode. And I feel like the way you would do that is you'd kind of just park in a system like this. If you could find a system, for example, that had both the, like there. If that was also a shipyard, so shipyard, nebula, and asteroid belt. You way overshot that, man. But if you found a system that had the shipyard nebula and the asteroid, you could just kind of park there and just continue to build and expand and build and expand to make the biggest monstrosity of a ship. Oh, wait. Until you just didn't have any more local resources. Okay. So rescuing all that. So our highest population is we have had exactly 2,000 residents on our ship at one point. I really wish I could see behind the UI here. Yeah, so only about half my people are working at any given time. Like, you've got all of them standing around, and half of those aren't planted. And it's, we've got the seeds, we've got the compost, we've got water. That's kind of one of my big holdups right now. CO2 is fully processed, oxygen's doing well. Because I do need them to stay as on top of that as they can. Reset issue, i.e. reload. Oh no, I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's one person queues up for it, but they're like over here, so I have to walk the entire length of the ship. I don't think it has like the smartest prioritization based on like who's nearby, that kind of nonsense. Let's walk over here and see what we're doing. So I've got some frames. I've got the coils. And yeah, so it's just frames and coils. So it's mostly the frames that are holding things up. We actually are pretty good on coils. I'm just going to let them keep going. We'll keep making more and more of the hydroponic systems. And that's with having the researched crop yield bonus. I'm just letting this pick up all of our fuel, get it topped off again. Again, this is not an asteroid system. We did our rescue, moved on. Oh, is there junk there? Stuff I care about? It is just scrap, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so our oxygen's getting gradually full. So our wastewater is slowly building up. That'll eventually be a problem, because that'll start backing up our sewage. When that gets the thing, I can just snip the wastewater line going from here up there, let it slowly burn itself down, and then reconnect it as needed. Yeah, so you're pretty much full. Okay. Adding in even more hydroponics. Alright, so our fuel is basically full. So from here, we're going to drop back to this colony. Because I do want to kind of continue to, like, ride this, ride the wave of the black hole to see if I can't hit the 10,000, which will give me another 10 million. Which I don't really have stuff to spend the money on. Because even if I want to, like, duplicate the ship, they're not going to have the parts I need for it. So it ends up just being a thing that doesn't help much. Alright, so let's see here. The huge tanks I'm not going to worry about, so habitation. The water treatment's fine, the reprocessing's fine, the ice grinder's fine, grab the hydroponics here. So they're all getting off. Okay. So we've got people who want to go the next sector over. We got a rescue mission in 128. Which is up there at the derelict. I'll actually accept that one because that one might be convenient. And all of these, I don't have a high enough level in logistics, so I'm not allowed to take it. Alright, so we rescued some more people. Okay. Continuing to install the hydroponics. At the moment, they're getting all of our surplus compost out of here because the compost is backing up. So we're emptying out excess inventory, which is important. Alright, so those are getting a little too full. So what I'm going to quickly do here is we're going to go to our pipes. So I got this wastewater pipe. So I'm going to snip that pipe right there. Why did you switch what kind of pipe you were? Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, that is my fault. So I can go like that, go like this. Stop it. Go like that, go like this. There. So leave that disconnected there. So these will all turn off for now. And we can let these continue to process water. Why are you not doing anything? So you're still boogered up here. So I'm going to disconnect that. Disconnect you. Reconnect you. Reconnect you. Connect you. Do that. Okay. So we've decursed all of that. I kind of wish there was an option to be like, no, keep it this type. Don't change it. That kind of thing. Alright, so we're doing fine there. So we've got a rescue up here in the shipyard there. We're gonna go ahead and jump over the shipyard. And just head that way. And one nice thing about the compost is it does directly scale with the number of people because you get the compost from processing sewage. So literally, it'll just, as your population goes up, you get more sewage, you get more compost. But it does mean you're at kind of a surplus system that you're always getting more than you need. That's fine, I don't need to walk that off. Turn in that contract. Install another hydroponics thing. Okay. So trade. Habitation. Nothing we really care about. Oh, before I forget, armor. We did take some damage to the armor. So we patch up that one spot and a couple little things. That was from mostly, we had like a little bit of a scuffle when we entered system. Or not entered system, we had a little bit of a scuffle that did a little damage, but we took a pretty solid meteor hit. Luckily we were armored, so it wasn't that bad. Okay, so 182, 182, Want 13 stacks of oxygen, that's not going to happen. 16 stacks of explosives. How much explosives do I have? I probably have a pretty good number. I've got about 8 stacks. Maybe more scattered throughout the ship. Not 16, though. And I'm using that for making endless amounts of cannon ammo. Alright, so we evacuated 6,000 people. And like I said, there's an achievement for savings 10,000. Make sure it's all zoned to carry food. Alright. You didn't have more of those, right? Sooner or later, this is going to get just a huge lead. Can you repair the hull armor damage here? Yeah, no, we did. We did. Alright, so you're working on more of those. There's not a whole lot else to do here. So we've got 3 rescues to do in the derelict system here. I do not need any more amount of ice on board. We're pretty good there. We got plenty of ore, so there's not a whole lot to do there. All of our like tanks for our fuel production stuff are looking good. Meteor shower, honestly, suck. All right, let's go get ourselves beat up for a minute. Throttle 0. There's an armor hit. There's an armor hit. There's an armor hit. That one actually did some hull damage. Okay, we're all docked up. Two more armor hits. Seems like only the rapid fire guns can. More armor hits. Another armor hit. Another armor hit. We're just getting our armor peeled off little by little. More armors hit. Are there any shields? I have deflectors. Either they're very narrow band, Or they only work against projectiles or something like that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream, because I actually have 3 deflector things on my ship. But I've yet to see them do anything. Okay, that was 1 armor hit on me and 1 on the ship I'm rescuing. One of the ships that was nearby just exploded that I was supposed to rescue people from. So don't worry about them anymore. They're not alive to do anything. Yeah, so the other 2 ships are gone. One was already destroyed when we arrived because it's a derelict. You do not like this meteor shower, Sam I am. Yeah, no, we've got... These 2 actually did some actual hull damage. Everything else has been armor, so it doesn't do any meaningful damage when it hits armor. But it does take the armor off when it does that. Alright, and with that, it is time to hop down here. Now we can patch up all the armor that got peeled off down here. That's an armor hit. 2 more armor hits. Get me the hell out of that place. There, I rescued people. Meanwhile, let's go to our shipyard. And all those light green spots are all the places that armor got damage. So we took $200,000 worth of armor damage. Yeah, honestly, that might be how much we push that. Alright, so let's go here. Stop making those. Stop making these. Stop making those. Okay, because we've added a lot more hydroponics. So contracts. So that's 137, 130. So neither of those are systems I want to deal too much. I might take the one at 137. And the reason for that is trying to delay actually leaving the sector just a little longer to get our science, do all that kind of stuff. And for the love of everything, I really need you all to pick up on this food. Okay, water's fine, wastewater's fine, sewage is empty, CO2 is empty, oxygen is good. All of our fuels are fine. The deuterium is not fine. The deuterium is very far from fine. Okay, so we got a new crisis to go on. Let's go here to the chemical lab. There's so many pipes running through here. That pipe serves no purpose. That pipe serves no purpose. That pipe serves no purpose. Okay, so we got just the one there. And attach the power cables here. Actually, cancel that. We can make this better. So, make more of the deuterium. So you can go pipes. Okay. This is where... Oh, don't do that. Please stop connecting everything. Well, crap. Okay, we can fix that. So what I'm trying to do is get that cable run back there. Because we get the cable run back there. Then I can get this plugged directly into the fusion reactors, which they're up here as their line. But the issue is I've got so many lines of stuff fished through here. Finding a place I can make this happen is getting to be a real big problem. Alright. They've got that pretty far. Yeah, because they've got... And a lot of this is not connected anymore. That's a power line. That line's not hooked up to anything anymore, so it can just go away. You have to go up and around. I can't have you fish through the same thing. That's a power cable, so we can go around that. I can go up here. There. It is the most convoluted way. But we now have these chemical plants just burning this stuff as fast as possible. Because we were slowly, not even slowly, we were plain old filling up our, draining our fuel for our fusion reactors. Which is where a lot of our power comes from. So there's a possibility I might end up needing another refinery here and all that. We'll have to figure out what we got going on there. Otherwise, one thing I have noticed is our perpetual angry "you're running out of food" alert has gone away. So that's some good news. Meanwhile, we'll rescue this ship. Oh, it's still bad. I just right-clicked it away. Sometimes it's all in the plumbing. Yeah, no, it's still bad. It's improving. We were at about 0 and we're hovering around 3,000-4,000. So we are gaining ground on it. Alright. So that ship is going to explode soon. So let's try and turn and rescue the crew. Because I mentioned it before, I would like to get the achievement for saving 10,000 people in this mode. And it doesn't mean I need 10,000 on my ship at one point. It's just over the course of the run, we have collectively saved 10,000. Saved. Moving them from one system that's already being consumed by a black hole to the next system that is actively being consumed by the black hole and leaving them there. Okay, all of our thrusters are going for it. All right. So again, 93 people off that ship. And then we undock, and it's time to get out of the system. I'd like you to evacuate faster. Your ship's gonna explode, please. We don't have time for calm and orderly. I need you all to run aggressively. Fast is fast. Or some nonsense. So I'm gonna jump back to this system. If you don't want to die, they shouldn't have been born. Eek. Give me the data. Alright, so turn in the contract to get those people off. You want me to take you to the next sector. Oh, never mind. Literally, there's no quest for me to take here. And our water's still good. We're slowly burning down the wastewater. And nothing new on the list? That's fine. No, this is fine. We're slowly burning through the gas there. That's slowly climbing. How are we doing over here? Technically it's going down, but that's fine. It's doing alright. Let's check. So air is doing good. CO2, there's basically nothing. Yeah, so all of our various resources and all that look good. So there's nothing more for me to do here. I am gonna hop to the derelict system real fast. The derelict one, and that's just because we want to ride right along this black hole to get all that precious data. Because I'm actually curious if we get the 10,000 data, if that'll be another achievement. Because I didn't look at the achievements too carefully. Oh, right, the meteor shower. Okay, so we're going to immediately align to leave and get slapped in the face with a meteor. And another hit. It's fine. As long as we don't get like 3 hits in the same spot, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, but I collected a good extra, probably 300-400 data. Okay, and there is nothing for us to do here, so we're just going to go ahead and move into the gate and jump to the next sector. The sheer number of engines we have on this thing, and it still does not move very fast. How are we doing on our habitat storage? Okay, so we can still handle another 1,000 people. And this will take us to sector 10 out of 12. Okay. Our food is solidly in the safe zone now. Jump to next sector. Our water's good, our oxygen's good, our fuel is good, our ammo's good, our antimatter stuff is good. So we saved 1,475 people from that last area. That's how many people we have on board, including our crew. Oh, we also are slacking on our research. Handles like a combine harvester. I think a combine harvester is more agile than this thing. Four hostile ships. So what do we got here? You look like you pack a pretty good punch, but you're only partially armored. That's their victim. You're the same thing up there. You have no armor on most of your ships, so I'm gonna just heal you open. Oh, and the crate. You were never a particularly good combat ship in Elite Dangerous. You're a fun ship, to be clear. Get to your guns, please. 20 vessel, we're under attack. Please help. We won't last much longer. Get the crate. Oh, that's interesting. So the deflector isn't a shield, it like twists the shots away from you. So pretty useless. I got baited into turning the wrong way. Turn, 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 turn. Keep turning. Keep on turning. Get the crate on this twist by. The heavy fighter's the one that's got to go, though. Alright, so we popped the crate. The blue tongue had no armor, so it'll probably just die on the turnaround. Or it'll be, like, severely damaged. There, we got the heavy fighter. We're gonna keep that momentum on that turn. My battery's gonna run out soon. It looks like the hammerhead, the victim of this thing. Stop flying directly underneath me. I have the agility of a cruise ship. If both of its engines are blown. Alright, now you're dead. Take the cash reward. I don't want a second ship. Okay. And they'll offer to give you their ship, but, like, I genuinely don't want their ship. Oh, look at the fuel and the drones. And the ammo. It's like Christmas. If Christmas was really violent, I guess. So that's one ship. That's two ship. Where are the other two ship? There's like nothing left of you. Okay. So all the goodies are right up here. So luckily we killed these three almost on the same spot. She's built like a steakhouse and handles like a bistro. Alright. The Futurama thing. Yeah, I don't remember that one. I've seen a lot of Futurama, I just don't remember that specific one. Alright, so we did burn off about 200 cannon rounds. Luckily, I have some spares. Oh, let's also go here to storage. Where's cannon? Expand the cannon shell storage by those front guns. When they crashed the restaurant into a planet. Oh, yeah. Nah, it's been a long time since I've seen Futurama. And all our workers are pulling in the drones and all that now, and the scrap. Yep, so the only thing still left out there is that one thing of cannon rounds and a bunch of corpses. So what's we got going on with this system? So we got a colony here. So we got a handful of colonies. The comet's not particularly accessible. I don't really need it. The only shipyard is right at the end of the system, and that's the only one we got a mission for. Just recently watched into the newer seasons. Yeah, I've been meaning to go back and see where they started making seasons again. Yeah, so it all seems like it's doing fine for right now. Okay. So our food is very sustainable. We're doing extremely well on the food now. Our water is actually going to max out. We can also pop in here real fast. Reconnect that pipe. Because these were getting low, so we're going to burn up a bunch of ice. Keep that all going. We're slowly replenishing our other tanks while we wait for everything. Okay, so it looks like we're all good here. So I'm going to go ahead and just hop over to this colony. Because one of our main objectives is to rescue as many people as we can. But yeah, the deflection things were interesting. It was more... It's not deflection like deflector shield. It was deflection like it kind of shoved the shot off to the side. Now, the problem was my ship is so big. Shoving a shot off to the side didn't really do anything that meaningful for us. You want a courier mission to Station 150, which I cannot accept. You've got mining contracts for Telium. You got a rescue mission for 143. 143 is back the way we came. I'm willing to do that. As long as it's not an annoying one. So... we'll rescue them. Because I need more people to eat more food on my my ship now. It's starting to become a problem that things are starting to back up because of it. Rual ship has the biggest dumpies. Perfect for Snoo. What do you mean, full power to deflector array? Did nothing. All that Star Trek for no crashes communicator insignia. Yeah, no, it's a cool idea. But like I said, it kind of arced the shots. I do wonder if you grouped them up, could they work together and like really just arc one shot? Like, could they turn a shot like 90 degrees and just throw it off to the side? Because what was happening is this one was just turning them and pegging the front of the ship here. Like, could you have a pacifist run where you just have a line of those on the sides and just go into a fight, start rescuing people, or just shove the shots all the way that? So again, the last of the ore all loaded up on the shuttle to get it out of here. Meanwhile, people are moving supplies around to have stuff processed, yada yada. Okay, we might actually have too many logic drones. How many of those are we up to with all the ones we've been... Okay. Get those out of here, because it's backing things up. Yeah, we're starting to get them, like, building up other places. Oh, that's another thing to get rid of. One other thing we can go ahead and do is sell bullets. Sell all bullets. Cannon shells I want. Those are my main fighting stuff. We already have that set to sell stuff. That's from fighting the enemies, because we're just using stuff to tear through armor. I partly wonder if I had a bunch of the machine guns, could we actually maybe go through a meteor storm without too much? The problem is, with as much ammo as I'd be spraying in a meteor storm to protect myself from the meteors, how that goes. Okay, so we got you done. We got a rescue mission all the way back here. So we need to trade a bunch of stuff away. You keep unloading. The fact that I have so many thrusters and engines that I still am overloading 3 fusion reactors, plus probably 14, 15 smaller reactors, blows my mind. Like, all the other stuff runs fine, but the moment I start turning, they just gobble up so much power. To be fair, I'm moving a lot of ship. Alright, how are we doing in our habitat? We got room for 900 more. At which point, then I need to make ship bigger. Which I'm honestly thinking about just, like, sticking an area off the side here and making, like, 2 giant, like, pods. We're a comfort inn in space. A real budget one, where sometimes the sewage backs up real bad. Sometimes you go multiple days where lunch isn't served. Battlestar Hotel California. I mean, we do have over 1,000 permanent residents on our ships. Okay, time to go. There's plenty of space out in space. You're not wrong. Okay. So we're rescuing someone. I'm gonna guess it's not the already exploded ship, so it's probably that one. Yeah, that's a wreck. This will be our destination. Okay. I don't know what we're salvaging right now, but I don't mind that we're getting free stuff while we're actively doing this. Okay, so we're gonna dock this up real quick. And I have found the larger the ship gets, the less reliable the auto dock gets. It tends to just overcompensate and go up and just full throttle the wrong direction. Oh. Random spacesuits and FTL fuel chucked out the back? Okay. I won't complain about free FTL fuel. Granted, I really don't need it. I have probably more than enough FTL fuel to finish the entire, like, round or whatever. The entire game. I got over 41 jumps worth of FTL fuel just sitting in my thing. Alright, so let's go back to navigation, undock, get away from it. Yeah, honestly, I don't really care that much. Okay. Let's pop back over here. At some point, I want to stop and top off our tanks again. Turn that in. You got a mineral one. How much do I have of that laying around? Probably not as much as I previously did, right? Yeah, so probably... Worst case, we fail it. So I have 9 stacks on me. So I'm going to go ahead and take the copper, or this one. I'm going to turn that over to start turning that ore into other stuff. I'm not going to stay for that. We'll give ourselves a minute here to top off our gas reserves. Actually, technically... Nah, it's fine. We'll just leave it the way it is. Okay, and there's nothing else here we cared about. You want us to get 18 containers of oxygen. Nah, that's fine. There's a bunch of these where they're like, we'll give you a bunch of money for stuff. Which is reasonable. But also... Yeah, so let them get the 1 stack out here to get our 10. And
Thank
then we'll
you
leave.
all care for subscribing for 17 months. Rual hello FGS 17 Rual approved.
And thank you, Care, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And that's 17 months that you've been subbed to the channel, which I absolutely appreciate. And absolutely, it's both Kiri and FG have fun, like 17 meme culture, whatever you want to call it, stuff going on there. All right. So we're just waiting on getting those crystals out of here. We'll keep processing those. So our water is maxed out, and that's starting to max out. So let's go back down here, and this time I'm going to try cutting the pipe up here. Okay, so you connected there. We're all good. You connected there. We're all good. You connect there. We're all good. I need to find a different place to cut that, because when I cut it back here, it wants to switch what type of water it is. But no matter what, I gotta crisscross over there, because everything goes past everything. Alright, so we got that one done. So you're getting out of here. So we don't actually have another mission here, so we're just gonna go ahead and pop over to the next colony. And we're gonna continue to produce the crystals for purposes of selling. Alright, so I am going to run into problems where eventually we're going to start losing ground to the nuclear reactors. So it is likely I'm going to have to get more of the scoops and get more production line on there. Hey, Tacky Farm, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out, I'd appreciate it. We're just getting ready to try and get everything sorted out. But what were you playing today and all that good stuff? Well, welcome in, Raiders. Let me try and snooze that ad before it happens while we're waiting for our ship to get unloaded anyways. Also playing the last Starship. I hope you've been having a good time. We're doing the survival style, which is very, very, very FTL. Oh, we're getting rid of... I thought we were getting rid of something of value. We're getting rid of a whole lot of compost. That's fine. Okay, so we got everything loaded up. We're going to move on to the next system. I'm going to need to put more scoops on the front of our ship. First time playing in 2 years? Yep. Okay, so we could not turn that contract in yet. So we're buying all the fuel that shows up. One thing I'm going to need to do is give me those hyperspace scoops. There's no way I realistically run a cable from way back here, like put them over here and run it all the way up there with as much nonsense that we got going on. You just made over 1 million trading? Gotcha. We've been doing the survivor mode, which is very FTL, so you start off in Sector 0, and you're just basically trying to rescue as many people as possible from... That's a void black hole thing that's slowly expanding and consuming the entire universe. And we're just trying to stay ahead of it. And so far, I have about just shy of 1,700 people on my ship. We've had the most we got to was like 2,000 something, but we are picking up people and dropping them off as they want. This fighting is still a bit, well, yeah, the fighting's fine. It's not good, it's not amazing, it's fine. I'm pretty indifferent on it. We're definitely going to need to get to the shipyard. I'm going to make the front of the ship scoop out. Oh yeah, no, we got food. Like, that's the thing. We just have to keep keep expanding and expanding and expanding our infrastructure. That said, all of this is just like dead weight for more habitat area. That's the reason I have just this giant caboose on here, is it's just room for more place to keep people. Okay, so with that, we are going to go ahead and get those crystals off of here. I'm going to go ahead for right now, and I'm going to tell you to stop working on that and put you back to copper. And the reason I'm going to do that is I don't really need more antimatter, or sorry, not antimatter, fast and light charge. I got 40. We'll eventually want more, but not right now. I mean, I could keep making those and keep gaining industry and logistics. Alright, where I turn that off, or turning it back on. Because it does look like I could just turn them in anywhere. So we can just let them build up until I get enough, and then we just sell what we got. Well, the Cosmeteer was all thrusters. Just now, the last Starship, you kept getting shot by tiny ships. Yeah, so I did notice there's a couple of ships that people made that have submitted the game, where it's like a little ship with a C on the front and all of it's just railguns on the front. I have found that having a lot of lateral motion does make it so a lot of the shops will miss. Because as you're moving, it'll keep kind of going, you know, okay, your evasion's this percent. So I found with those ones I have to have a lot of lateral motion. In addition to that, just being a big bulky ship actually does help. Because then when they barrage me, I could barrage them back and just depend on my sideways movement to try and avoid that. The deflectors, I don't know how well they'll work against those ships, but it'd be curious. I could probably make more deflectors. Alright. So with that, we didn't have any more contracts that were worth taking. Let's check at the next one. Because I'm kind of running to the point where they're just not giving me much in the way of contracts right now. To get a courier mission to 142, I will take it without consideration. 142. I'll take this one. So turn this one in immediately. I've got the stuff on board. You don't even have deflectors yet? Yeah, they're okay. They're not deflectors like deflector shields. They're more like deflectors like they curb the shot away from you. So, kinda useless on a really big ship like mine. That's taking way longer than I wanted to fill up. Alright, so we got oxygen loader. We got the hyperspace scoops. Let's go ahead and go down here and grab more hyperspace scoops, because I'm assuming I'm going to need a lot. Never mind, I'm not going to do that. They don't have any. I will go here. I'll grab the huge tank. And let's also go in here. Where's the vent? Do you not have any? There, that's fine. This is taking a while to fill that back up for some reason. So we're unloading that ship. You want me to go to 142. So that's the end of the system. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over to there. And we're probably going to patch up our armor that got a little chipped up in that last fight we did. And then we can also go see who else wants to be rescued. Because they're trying to hit, there's apparently an achievement for hitting 10,000 people rescued. In this mode. So we're making good progress on that. It shouldn't be taking that long, you just have to carry it up here. I mean, the problem is I've got so much stuff being worked on the ship right now. And the ship is entirely too big. Like, we probably need to have some level of automation going on here. But I've just not bothered. Okay, there we go. We're starting to get all their mission supplies on my ship. Alright, with that, let's go to the shipyard. Because we're only 2 systems away from the last system. We're on system 10, and the last sector for survival is sector 12. And we don't really know what happens on there, because we're brand new to it. These types of games always want to have a button to tear it all down and rebuild. I mean, you could just sell your ship and buy another ship, which would be kind of accomplishing the same thing. You get a big old paycheck for your ship. And I mean, you could go through your ship and just choose dismantle on the whole ship, and then when it's done, do the next thing. Alright, so deliver the mission cargo and the rescued people and all that. Yeah, so we've evacuated 6,300 people so far. Meanwhile, you want to be urgently transported to System 150. It'll be 200 of you. Hop on board. Okay, and this is the shipyard. Alright. So we're starting to get to the point where it's time for another just burn all my cash expansion. Well, first, let's fix our armor. We got a bit scratched up. Okay. Wish I did this the other way. All right. This will be the last time the ship will ever fly nice. I say very relatively speaking. Confirm. And habitat. All right. So now I need to go in here. And yoink those out. Turn in that contract. We're also going to go ahead and, for no discernible reason, buy up any thrusters they have in system. So now the habitat's capability is 5,400. So we doubled it. I do not expect this thing to be able to move to save its life in any meaningful capacity. So we're just waiting for a couple of our people to spacewalk real fast. To go grab those thrusters out of the back. Connect them to power. Can't switch you over back to copper. That's that contract done. Okay, so just need someone. There they go. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just need them to pull those out. You know what it might end up needing to be? Alright, floors. Make a real thin hallway back here. Open up that for a minute. Let our people run back there and grab them. I don't think I want to add the thrusters back here yet, because I'm going to do that. This all probably needs to be expanded more. And I just don't think we want to open that can of worms. Alright, so thrusters, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cable that in. Cable that in. Cable you in. Cable you in. So they'll work on that. And I got another project that needs doing, which is, unfortunately, you, my friend, need to get bigger. So I could grab enough of the hyperspace stuff to keep my fusion reactors going. Then we can go here. Alright, so we need to dismantle all the equipment that's no longer positioned in a valid way. And install that in the front. I'm also going to take those extra data things, and I'm going to probably chuck them back here somewhere. So here's something we can do. We can go here and just say floors. That'll give me a valid place to shove those. Alright. Okay, so now we're going to go install hyperspace scoop. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Grab a huge tank. Industry. Got another one for me. One, 2. 1, 2. Grab the cable to run it down here. Do that so it looks less cursed. Got a pipe across the whole length of it. Pipe then goes in here. And plugs right in there. Alright, so you're going to be able to scoop all the hyperspace junk. Meanwhile, we're going to go back here to the sensors. And get a bunch of those. I'm a little concerned that I might be pushing to the point that we are going to need to expand our power grid again. I'm not sure we can get away. Okay, so we are getting enough deuterium. Do you have another fusion reactor? Cool, and it was on a discount. Everyone knows if you're going to go buy a fusion reactor, you want to get as cheap as possible. Let's see, did anyone have an issue starting the game and it just shuts down? Oh, I can let you know after the outbreak. I did not, though. So that'll give us a little bit more of a buffer. Do you got batteries? Grab more batteries. For right now... put them up here to give us even more of a buffer. Okay. She's still booting up. Alright. So now we should be able to get way more of the isotopes to then process into the stable isotopes. That is not what you want to see. That thing is like free-falling right now. We're gonna need a refinery. And I'll have to get those all hooked up. Alright. Yeah, no, I haven't had a problem with the game just not booting up. Alright, so with that said, we're going to get as good as we can get from there. So we have transport mission all the way back here. So let's jump back to where they are. We're waiting on a trade. Let me guess. You don't turn as spry as you once did. I can't imagine why. But I'm getting greatly alarmed by how fast that's going down. So you are going to make hyperspace isotopes. As are you. So run this down that way. Alright. I'm going to need more scoops. We need way more scoops. No scoops in the system? No scoops in the system. What will it take me to make scoops? It'll take me... You don't get to make scoops. Alright, so let's see here. It slowly is climbing. Like, our oxygen's relatively okay. I honestly feel like I should go into the shipyard and, like, fill in a bunch of these areas. Alright, let's see here. So, contracts. You want to go to the next sector, get on board. You want to go to 142, get on board. Take everyone we can. Alright, so I'm just going to need way more scoops, because the issue I'm running into is I got to keep the stable isotopes coming. Because without those, I can't keep the fuel for my fusion reactor coming as well. And that's a problem. Just got all the people getting on board our ship. Alright, so I'm going to pop over here real quick. That's just getting rid of compost. Oh, I canceled it. So I'm going to do this to get a little bit more research, because we want to hit the 10,000 before we're done, just because I want to... One, I want the 10 million just because, and then two, I want to kind of see how that goes. We're getting close to 7,000 people evacuated from their homeworlds or whatever. Okay, so let's go here. Industry. Grab the hyperspace scoop. There'll be another one on the front to help out. Got tons of data collection. Meanwhile, contracts-wise here, we've already got that one to drop off a bunch of civilians. In 142 in this sector. You want to go to the next sector, so get on board. And then the rescuing people, so that's 144. 144... is kind of on the way, so I will grab that. I will grab the mining one, start delivering it immediately. So I can just overwhelm the entire infrastructure on our ship as much as possible. So get another one over here for this stuff. Another over here for that. So we can buffer more of those. Okay, so we got everyone on board we're going to be able to do anything with. So I am going to go and pop right back to where we came, because I'm trying to ride... The drones are out. Oh, there's asteroids nearby that were kind of picking up a little bit of their scrap, so that's fine. I don't really care about that. How backed up is the compost? Not really. So once we align, we'll just go. I'm not even sure we'll be able to do a rescue mission anymore. How bulky our ship is. Okay, check the contracts again. So you want me to rescue... That's 146. You want out of the sector, get on board. You want out of the sector, get on board. That's got hostile forces. So 146 is leaving the system. So go ahead and accept the 146 one. Alright. We do all that. Meanwhile, let's go check about the hyper scoops. I mean, I was just here, so it's not expecting to see another one. Alright, so we're starting to push the max residence we've ever had. Uh-huh. Alright, that water's a little scary. That water was straight up in free fall. But that's it producing food, I think. It honestly feels like one thing I should do is deliberately have separate systems so I can, like, leave some water in storage and have water feed this and all that. I don't really want to go through that hassle. Okay. We still have people boarding. Oh, what's this contract? Copper ingots? Nah. So you want me to do a rescue here. We'll prepare the jump. We're still loading people onto our ship. But we're kind of not wanting to hesitate now because the amount of fusion power we're using is becoming a pretty big detriment to a lot of stuff on our ship. Every refugee's taking a 30-minute shower once they get on board. That's probably fair. Okay, so I see that the compost is being moved. That doesn't... Unless it's getting stored in other places that I'm not seeing. That wouldn't equal the 6,000. There's something else that we're selling of value. Oh, it's extra seeds. There you go. Meanwhile, I'm noticing that our air is just taking a long time to go. We got oxygen loader, we have the more hydroponic gardens. Alright, so let's go over to our manufacturing, and I'm going to tell it to make some oxygen vents, or air ducts or whatever. So your motors and frames. So I can go here and say motor, and go to U, say frame. Alright, I expect the maneuvering on this to be horrendous. Let's angle down a little bit. I also imagine we are just deleting copious amounts of fuel. Please stop screaming about the air. We're working on it. Okay, there's some of that. I'm gonna grab the air pipe. And run back here. Oh, come on. I really wish there was a way to dictate with the pipes what pipe you want them to be when you don't want to deal with the smart thing. Okay, so let's go here. I'm trying real hard to meet up with the other ship. We have enough oxygen on our ship. It's just for whatever reason you'll notice like they breathe and the whole thing spikes down suddenly. Yeah, so we have reached the point this ship is too big. Too big for rescue missions. It's not that they're undoable, but we're definitely wasting a lot of time and resources trying to make it work. Okay, we're almost on our... Come on, just a little farther. I need way more thrusters to do this. Come on. You're right there. Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted. It's not the number of docking locations, though that wouldn't be a bad thing. It's, I need way more thrusters, that my thrusters can barely get me moving the minimum non-zero amount. I keep accidentally clicking off this weird little control wheel down here. I need the next couple of times we go into a system. Okay. Yeah, so I need more thrusters, like in all directions. Well, that sorts itself out. can stop making those because you're making way too many. Stop. 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 Alright, so we can go here. Cool. So we did the rescue. It's time to leave the system. When we go to that station, just grab a bunch more thrusters. I'll put a bunch along here. We'll just start shoving them everywhere. Okay. So turn the contracts. Alright, so we want a couple of things. We want hyperspace scoop. And we want thrusters. Go to the thrusters. Gonna put them like this. And get them hooked up. There's our hyperspace scoop to the front. Alright, so we've got all those going, so hopefully that'll normalize the pressure a lot easier. It does seem like adding just a bunch of air ducts does help mitigate the spikiness of that and the speed at which you recover. Alright, so you want me to take them to one sector away. You want some metal ingots, just go take them. Alright. So we've got almost 7,000 people evacuated from their home worlds, and we're aiming for 10,000. But as we're doing the higher and higher level contracts, we're getting more per go. We're waiting for them. Not worried about a lot of this stuff. I didn't open up a place to add more engines. If I wanted to add engines, I'd need to wait till we hit to a shipyard. Okay, so we've got all our new thrusters added. I might also genuinely need to just add a bunch of, like, the smaller generators as well. They're down to the last 2 researches, and then we're going to rip out all our science stuff, because there's nothing for them to research after that. Okay, so you're still getting the ingots out of the ship. That's fine. Carrier frigate. Interesting. We got the new ship, which is what our ship started as, and then the Raiden, which is huge and comes with apparently a large volume of fuel and some ruined equipment and all that. Alright, I would really like you to get that last ingot off of here, please. So we can leave. Alright, so even though I don't need to do this, we are dropping back to get more science. We're just going to visit, an empty system, and then jump from the empty system probably out of the area, because I suspect that's what we'll have going on. All right. Just an empty ship here. We can go back to the shipyard again. Which that's all I'm doing, is just doing the extra hop. Because that'll easily get me like another 500 science. There isn't apparently an achievement for surviving being in the void, like... I think it would be like you jump across it where technically you're overtaken, but, the endpoints are safe. I haven't had an opportunity to go for that, but I would be curious to see how it actually goes. That takes us to 8,000. And you want to go to the next system, so get on board. And then once they're on board, it's time to go farther. In the meantime, we're going to check propulsion. They have no more thrusters. We were just here, so I don't expect them to have much. Yep. So they don't have anything for me here yet. We're going to load up our ship here real fast. Did our music stop? What's going on here? It didn't, it's just so quiet. I'm gonna go ahead and do the RimWorld Odyssey music. It seems very, very apt for this game. We were listening to the Starfield soundtrack, which is actually pretty good. Starfield's an okay game. It's not bad, it's not amazing, it's alright. It's a solid B. Alright, so we currently are going to have about 2,500 people on board. Oh, we have a problem. 1 second. Oh. Okay, so that's already shut down. Alright, market. I would like some more water purifiers, please. Because the problem is, our wastewater tanks are full, and our sewage is slowly building up, and that's without me feeding more in there. Yeah, the Stellar soundtrack we did yesterday as well. That worked out really well. You're not hearing music? It's playing. It's not super loud. On the equalizer, it's sitting at about half to a third of the volume of me. Just a little... It's technically louder than the game, but the game's pretty quiet. Yeah, should I turn it up more? Like I said, one of the downsides of the, theme music players, it likes to forget your volume settings, which is pretty obnoxious. It's like literally when I shut down my computer and boot it up, it'll be reset every single time. Yeah, no, I'm supposed to be louder than the tunes. Alright. I will pay the 20,000 to go through the gate. And you want me to provide the materials. I have those energy coils, right? Yeah, I got those energy coils. Oh, right. Meantime, hey. Shuttle, don't mind me. I got a thing. Shuttle buddy, I would really like you to disengage here in just a second if you don't mind. And also, if you do mind, I'd still like you to disengage here in a moment. They got about 3 minutes, a little over, actually closer to 4 minutes, where if I haven't docked up and evacuate everyone, the ship's gonna blow up whether I'm ready for it or not. Okay, we got that. Alright. 72 more people about to be rescued. And with that, we will cross 2,500 people on our ship. Not counting crew. Alright. And with that, we are going to pop over to the gate. See a low water warning, and get deeply concerned by that. How much food do I have? I have 22,000 food. So what you're going to do here is I'm going to disconnect the bottom row of hydroponics. So we're going to cut our hydroponics down to 60%. With that, I'm not getting the reference, but let's that does feel like we are picking up fun of people on autism, and we do advocate for people with disabilities, neurodivergent conditions here, so like not sure where that reference is, but you know, be kind and all that stuff. May not have been like intended as a negative thing, but alright, don't let the door hit you on the way out then. Here, and I'll help you stay gone. My luck is it won't work because I finished the thing. Oh hey, that looked like it actually worked. Every time the sound settings get changed, it tends to not work. Alright, so I need way more water purifiers. Meanwhile, while we're very slowly pulling in there, very full, slowly, top speed by the way, let's go here, and we can pop down here real quick. Water purifier, frames and motors. Frames and motors. Imagine people getting upset that you can't make fun of people. Yeah, and I even was just like, hey, you know, let's not get carried away. I didn't even make like a big deal out of it. But you know what? There's some people out there. Their ability to punch down at others is the most important thing to them. Can't climb, gotta push others down. Alright. Low turn. Let's get out of this system onto the next one. See, my hope is by shutting down a third of our hydroponics that we should ultimately get the water sorted. If not, I could shut down another third and we can kind of do the juggle as I expand my other production. Because the wastewater's got to be sorted soon. Okay, no combat immediately on entry. Love to see it. And we got 1,700 permanent residents on our ship. So that'll be 2 more water purifiers. Meanwhile... Okay, so... Not a lot I care about in this system. We're going to hop up here, because that's going to get swallowed up pretty soon. Next system is the last sector. And right now we're just trying to get more people on board. And just dealing with whatever starts to come apart at the seams. We're going to have to stop by a nebula system while we're here. CO2 is also getting out of control. So that's going to be another thing to add on to the roster. Okay, and we can go here. So industry, grab the scoop, and then this we're going to want the air reprocessor. We can go here with that one. in there with that one. And then run the power cable. We got the water purifier here. Okay, and we got more contracts here. So I completed the rescue one. All the rest of that is combat. That's hostile forces, so we're not going to worry about that one. Overall, things are looking relatively good. Water does seem to be improving now that we've got a bajillion of those going. Oh, we got the hyperspace scoop to shove on the front. Got to plug the last one I installed in. Okay. And how are we doing over here? So one thing we learned from the last system is I might be potentially asked to provide something of value to go on to the next system. So we might not want to wait very long to at least peek at what's going to be over there. Just in the off chance that we end up needing stuff. So it looks like I'm low on copper. So let's go ahead and stop production of these things. And I might need to make a detour for some copper in not too long. Wouldn't happen to be an asteroid belt, would you? Nope. Okay, so there's nothing here we care about. So we're probably going to need to make a stop in a nebula system and into a belt. There's not really much in the way of belts. There's also hostiles at the jump gate itself. So I think we hit the shipyard, and then we jump straight over to checking that, because these are the only two stations in system. So we deal with the hostiles at the jump gate and see what the requirements are to use the jump gate. Part of it's going to be money. Money is going to be a non-issue for me. And then part of it's going to be something else. Let's go ahead and stop you from producing anything. Go to research. And that'd be the very last research in the game. Alright, so CO2 does appear to still be building. We got all that. So we are starting to burn through our wastewater, which is good. And that has got our regular water situated. Food appears to be good. Everything else seems to be good. Alright, bear with me, chat. I've got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, and we are back. And I don't remember what we were dealing with right here. We already took care of the contracts. Yeah, because it was a rescue one, but it was a combat-focused one. Right. Then we're going to hop over to the shipyard, drop off our people, and then we're going to jump directly over to clear the jump gate and double-check to make sure we have what we need. So without that further ado, we can go ahead and do that. We stabilized our water. It's going up. The wastewater is tenuous, but it's fine. CO2 is still going up, so we do need to deal with the air reprocessor. So there's a good chance I might have to stop by an asteroid belt and get copper. Because we got tons of precious metal and more of the other ingots that I know what to do with. And plenty of the green ore, but copper I don't have. So you're hauling a bunch of stuff out of here. And you didn't have stuff for me, did you? No. Yeah, because it is steadily climbing. You're unloading everything. Okay, and we're good to go. And we should... Oh, we finally are reaching the point where we're draining our battery while jumping due to all the science machines. So turn in all those contracts. So habitation. We're looking for air reprocessors. Give me all you got. And then we can go to industry. Give me the scoop. So there's the scoop. So there's the power. There's your power pipes. So oxygen there. We've got the carbon dioxide there. Carbon dioxide can cross here. And oxygen I could bring... Doesn't matter which way I bring it, it's going to have to cross. There we go. So we get 3 of those going to help mitigate this a bit. Hopefully get ahead of the CO2. Pretty soon I'm going to potentially need to turn these back on. They're turning on our air generation. Start getting our air caught up. They've got another one way over here. I've got that all going. You're installing your stuff. Okay, so contracts here. Urgent transport request, you want to go to 158. And we got people who want to be pulled from their wrecked ship. So let's see, you're in 166, 164. Okay, neither of those are the far, far, far back system. Yeah, 164 is there and 166 is there. So that's not a problem. Because like I said, I do need to... Well, that's interesting. So I didn't see. Apparently you have to go to those systems. So you can either circumvent to get around that one, or I'm going to have to go and leapfrog 1-to-1. That's something we hadn't run into before. So I could potentially pop up here, pop down there, try and circle back. There's a good chance I won't get the second pass here. We will be accepting these missions Let's see. Okay, so we've got all those accepted. Not gonna worry about the production stuff. CO2 is starting to go down. I think. I say as we're loading more people on, which is certainly not going to help. Okay. CO2 is solidly going down. Alright. The other thing is I probably will need the asteroid stuff. Okay, so again, the big goal is I need to get to that jump gate in time. I need to get to jump gate in time to see what's going on there, just in the off chance I have to go back for copper or something. The alternative is I can also drop by down here. Now, do you normally put armor plate on the entire ship? Yeah. Let's go here. I don't care about the trade. So let's do our rescue real quick. What's going on? Oh, that's real bad. I need more labs. And I need them now. Because that, my friends, would be my power grid shutting down. I do not appear to be capable of making labs. And it is just going down rapidly at that. Okay, this should be an interesting problem. Oh man, it's gonna be so much of a power out. So we're gonna have to do... Oh man, we're gonna go into the fight and not have the power. This is real bad, actually. So what my hope here is, we can maybe jump back and get more labs. That's one possibility. Or I can get some conventional reactors to burn fuel to supplement these. Because we are producing some deuterium, but not enough. What are you doing? Stop. We were in position, then you went full thrust the other direction. Because I also can't really afford to jump back. But I'm scared to jump into the fight and open fire with everything, and then discover, like, midway through fighting the pirates, all my engines that are kicking off and everything's breaking down because of lack of power. I do have a lot of batteries, though. So as long as I'm not going full tilt... Oh my god, the auto thing that's trying to help me dock is just effing this up. So that's what happens when I let go for a second. It tries to auto dock. No, wait, come on. Cool. Meanwhile, yeah, so you're set to load. Yes, those are doing their best. I can repurpose you over to the Turium. So yoink that pipe. Yoink this pipe. You can put the stable isotopes there. So I brought another one of those online. Maybe that'll be enough. All right. We're not going to push it. We're going to go ahead and jump right over here. Okay. So when we get to the other side, we're in for a fight. I'm hoping it'll just be like 1 or 2 targets. 4 enemies. That is not great. So you just need energy coils, which does mean I will ultimately need all the guns are coming online. Rotate. Rotate, 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 rotate. Get those guns to bear. We are going to be way slow on that rotate. Luckily, they're just railgunning the back part that doesn't have anything we care about. They're not going to worry about the light fighter. Let's deal with the friends first. Kill the engines, save your power. On. Finish them off before the batteries die. Okay, you're veering off to try to avoid problems. Are you not in range? Get him now. So if the battery's low, a lot of stuff has gone dark. A lot of the guns are still online for now. They destroyed a rank 5 ship. Okay, so we've got problems. The first one is I need all my maneuvering thrusters to stop firing. Because you'd see them all on full burn here. Surprisingly, those are still going. What? Why are you... Stop. Could you not do what you're doing back there? You're not shooting at me anymore. You're not anything. Let's give the battery a chance to recover. And steal all the goodies you can. Yeah, so bringing antimatter and all that on board. Okay, so let's go ahead and to help this out, take those two offline. Because they have like a boot up time, and then they drain the power. So I'm hoping if I start knocking a bunch of these... Let's go ahead and take all three of those off. I'm hoping we knock these three off, I'll be able to run this one steadily. And we just have to limp on the lower power. Do I have 10 coils? I might. We already can't reach those systems. Ooh, this could be real tricky. Make coils if you can. You know what it could have been? It could also be that the Lighthawk actually didn't have enough fuel. Like it might have been designed to like hop in, cause grief, get out. And it's simply run out of resources. Alright. I think whatever was going on with it ran out of something, and it shut the ship down. Like it ran out of power or something, and just got stuck idle behind me. So the good news is we are slowly building up our supply. Dropping back down to 1 fusion reactor has worked. That's not going to be sustainable super long term, but for now it's fine. And our water is going fine. We're getting rid of the wastewater. So that's all good news. The air is fine. CO2, I think, is fine. We're starting to properly burn through our regular old fuel, which is not fine. We did have enough to activate the gate, thankfully. There's a lot of scrap here. We'll take what we can get. Alright, so we gotta decide where we're prioritizing, where we're going from here. Because we are kind of limping along on our fuel. Okay, kind of doing like partial thrust. Get ourselves closer. Oh, I actually don't have armor on this area. That's fine, I don't really care. It's all superficial anyways. Yeah, so we're grabbing scrap and drones. Got antimatter and fuel, ammo. Okay. Kill the throttle. Because that's all we got here. Alright, so the good news is our fuel is picking up. The bad news, we're burning out a lot of other stuff. But that's one good thing done. There is literally nothing left for me to research. So one thing we can do to reduce our power consumption is, where is my research stuff? There's that, and I had another one back here somewhere. Okay. So what we should go ahead and do here is sector map. It would be nice to hop over here and top off our fuel. I don't remember which way we went around. Let's check our contracts. So they've already done that one. Okay. We're going to jump there. We're going to rescue this group, drop back to the station, repair, slam armor on all the rest of the ship. And I might chuck in a couple extra reactors to supplement my power issue. Oh, you're moving fast. Alright, you're done. Sorry, can't catch you. Now with my current power situation. Okay. My current power situation, I just keep tapping out and it just keep drifting away, so... writing it off. Can't help you. Okay, so we gotta top off a bunch of stuff. Okay, so the fusion reactor's not gonna help us that much. Grab the other 4 reactors we got here. They're getting added. We apparently looted a reactor as well, which is just bonus. Okay, so we're gonna get 5 more reactors online. Try and supplement what we can. Do the repair. Go here. Armor. All of it. So that's several million worth of armor we just chucked on there. Water's good, sewage is good, wastewater's good. CO2 is dicey. Let's go to habitation. Okay, so got one of those there. Let's see what else we can do. In the meantime, energy, we got all that. This is when you know things are getting scuffed. Okay, so I can't put you here. Oh, because I've got the survey things there. That's fine, we can go over here. Alright. But basically, our power is getting desperate. And while the solar panels, the amount of power they make is not great. Any bit I can offload, those are pipes. Those are not cables. Any bit I can offload is still going to help at least mitigate some. They're here to rescue us. Wait, they just left. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, you want to go to the next sector, get on board. All the rest you want combat. Let's also look at our supplies, so resources. Honestly, give me your copper. Give me your copper ingots. Because we'll take those, because I'm probably going to need them in the next system. And how are you doing so far as getting our fuel up? Not great. Oh, you're not hooked up. So our air is about to fill. So we need to go in here and detach these pipes again. And then detach that pipe again. So the deuterium is slowly building up. We're slowly getting our gas up here. Oh, that's the wrong line. Okay, go like this. Go like that. Okay. So that's the fuel line. There'll be more reactors online to try and balance this out a bit more. Okay, looks like we're going to need more wastewater plants. We can sell the science stations. We've scienced all the science there is to science. Okay, so the good news is I've got a ton of fuel here. Alright, so you're just solidly going down. So industry. We'll pipe all the extra fuel production in here. Okay. Because this is about our best bet we can to restock. There's a good chance once we restock here, we're not getting more. And they did force us to fight the last one.
Thank you Klaus1289 for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Klaus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and used it here, and I really do appreciate that. Also hitting your 40 stream streak, so thank you for that as well. Means a whole heck of a lot. So we're one system from the end. And we are just trying desperately to stabilize. We ran out of our fusion power in the middle of a fight. We did manage to still win the fight because we took out everyone except one ship. And then kind of just endured that ship until it ran out of fuel or something and shut down next to us, so the two of us were there and I could slowly limp along and make things work where they just couldn't. So good news is that should keep climbing. So our power should be mostly stable. But I do need to try my best to get this fuel up. That's not good. The not good thing here is I'm really not gaining much ground on that at all, when I'd expect to be gaining a bunch of ground on it. Alright. So pretty soon I'm going to probably need to turn this water production back on. Actually, I probably could do that now. Okay. So kick all that back in to start filling those up with wastewater to keep our fresh water coming in. The CO2 has me worried. And put another row of the atmosphere things here, but we are processing a real obnoxious amount of CO2 to still be struggling with it. And I won't be able to get more of that stuff unless we get copper. I do think... Alright, so we can't make it to the belt. I had hoped that I could actually make it to the belt to score some copper before we left. Because we're basically out of copper now. And they've been asking for material resources in the last couple systems. And so my fear is we'll get to the next system and be like, hey, you gotta make 10 of these complicated thing, and I won't have the materials to do it. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. So I'm a little concerned about that aspect of it. Okay, so I think the carbon dioxide is going down. And replenishing the water. I can't see any of the things going on back here. The food I have entirely too much. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to clip the second one there. So we're going to drop down to 1 bay of hydroponics to reduce our water consumption for a bit. Am I running out of ice? Really? I didn't think I was nearly burning through that much ice, considering I had these off for a while. Alright, is the comet in path? Okay, so we can restock the ice pretty easy on our way out. My big concern here is I got all these... Oh, you know what I bet you I did? I know exactly what I did. No, you're not blocked. I thought I had covered this up with, the habitat, because these are only producing like 1.7 gas per second, and they go up to 6. Huh. Yeah, no, they're all running fine. Maybe I'm just, like, in a not great nebula system? That's not what you want, because I really wanted to get the fuel up. I think we're okay, though. I do have a very large buffer. Let's go get some ice, because I have to go this way or that way to get around anyways. Okay. Want to fully charge the battery. Actually, this is probably a mistake. We're going to deliberately delay leaving the system to try and wrap up the science. Can you disassemble things to get resources? Not that I've seen. Like, I can't scrap a already existing building to get copper back. I can dismantle the building at no loss and just pick it up, move it, and plunk it down somewhere else. Resources aren't hard to come by if I just go to an asteroid belt and mine it. My issue right now is just the fact that we're on a little bit of a sticky spot where I don't really get a chance to stop and mine. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and we're doing this to try and get ourselves the last bit of data. Because we only got one more system. So I'm hoping... Okay, so this gives me 4.1, so that's 4 times as much as they're making the last one. So we should be able to sit here and collect some stuff. And then I'll be able to cut across here for a whole lot of science, then ping pong and get out of here. And the CO2 does look like it's going down very slowly. I'm a little concerned at the fact that the oxygen is like right at the edge of overfilling, which would cause this to jam up because... What happened here? Why are all of you mad? That's an oxygen line. All of that's oxygen. I guess maybe it's just a load-in issue that I just happened to catch it. So they all start complaining about the air, and they kick on for a second. I don't understand, because I have literal thousands of oxygen here. So that's interesting. So it looks like the air ducts, they all stop for a minute, and then they put up a warning, and then this suddenly dips real hard, and then they all kick back in. Is it telling me like I've over pressurized or something? Yeah, so our fuel is filling, which is why we stopped here. Not a whole lot else for my ship to work on right now. Weirdly, this water tank is way different than the other one. So I think we are running into calculation issues. Okay, yeah, those are still going down, that's fine. Like, there's like some type of calculation efficiency issue or whatever that some of the stuff isn't processing. And to be fair, we are moving a lot of material around here. But I'm just trying to get my main reserve for my backup fuel to top off, or at least get pretty high up. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. Aw, hi, Sleepy. I'm husband. You sleep well. Love. Let's see, question if you don't mind. You're trying to build a new ship, and it will not install the docking bay. All you have is a frame, and it will not do anything. Would you know what's wrong, or is your game just bugged? The ship looks huge? Yeah. Hey, Don, how's it going? Thank you for the 25 stream streak. The things I know about the docking port is it can only go on the top or bottom of the ship. It can't go along any of the other sides. It cannot have anything obstructing this area around it, so they see these two like that. And it has to be on hull. So you can't put, like, the girdering I've got up here and all that. Outside of that, I don't know. Unless also, you also have to have a open area inside. It's got to be hull that's, like, 1 tile thick. Past that, I haven't run into issues with it. If your people won't install it, it can be a pathing issue where if the people can't get to where they're looking. Because you do need a person to actually do the installation. But past that, I do know what to say. Alright, so we are actually sort of winning, sort of losing the CO2 side of things. We did run completely out of ice. Alright, I don't think we get to sit here and do it this way, unfortunately. So we're going to go ahead and jump this way. I wanted to, but I think the issue I'm going to run into is I'm just going to sit there, and slowly things are going to fall out of whack. So we've got this buffer. We still have the next system. If I'm lucky in the next system, I'll have, like, the nebula system in the same place as a comet or whatever, and I'll be able to kind of dip into both at the same time. Okay. So I can turn this way. Because I am trying to milk the last of the data we can out. Because we've almost got our 10,000 data. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to ping pong back and forth and then make a break for it, but that's not going to happen. We're also getting a lot more isotopes. Oh, let's I won't be able to take it. You're on your own, man. We just don't have enough go. I'd like to rescue them all, but we just don't have enough forward oomph. And I can't get more oomph without causing more problems for myself. Okay, and we're not going to stay here. Oh, interesting, is I can jump right back to where we came. So we're just going to let them hammer away at each other. That's fine. Keep hitting my armor, it's okay. Keep hitting, like, literally they're just hitting armor on the back that has nothing in it. All my important stuff's up here. Oh, nope, it's shooting at my engines up there. Come on, let me jump. Alright, and then it'll be time to leave the system. And that should get us our 10,000 data. And how goes the stuff inside our ship? CO2 is down a lot. Oxygen's nearly maxed. We're doing relatively okay on fuel. I'm giving my battery a chance to recover before we jump. And we got lots of science. If we get 100,000, they give me 100 million. 10,000 science data received. Payment 10 million. Next bonus 100,000 science data. Well, okay. That was a little underwhelming. I mean, we got some faster than light fuel, some ingots, some other stuff. That's fine. Alright, so we need to get out of here. And this will take us into the very last system. Meanwhile, I'm going to get that off my screen. So we have evacuated almost 8,000 doomed civilians, and we currently have 2,300 permanent residents on our fleet. So I do think, at the rate we're going, I might trip at the finish line of trying to get the 10,000 rescued people. Because I somehow have to save another 2,000 in this system. Now the good news is, I do have room for all 2,000. We can fit every single one of them on there. I don't know if we could do it and manage to keep everyone happy. Alright, so install fusion reactor. Let's put that reactor back. We're going to go up to 2 fusion reactors to supplement. So far, so good. I could potentially add more chemical labs to help out with that, and I think we will. Okay, so you're starting to boot up. So once you boot up, my hope is that we'll see the battery start going up. Kill the thrusters. Let it come back online. And then also... turn back on our food production. Okay, it's a second reactor on. Yep, so the second reactor on, we are at a slight power benefit. Yeah, we've turned on all our food production. Alright, so we're going to the last sector. We got 2,315 survivors on board. Let's go start putting a big burden on our water. That's okay. We will have a whole bunch of people want to get off the ship here. And just like the last time, we want to make sure when we get to the finish line we have whatever it is they want. Okay, so no combat right here. The system we're in there. Not a big deal. Okay, so we do have a shipyard. There's a Stargate here. And a whole bunch of other goodies. What I am going to do is I'm going to hop down to the Comet. Because I do need water. But then we're going to go to that shipyard, and I'm going to potentially mine copper, because there is another gate. It is curious that it mentions the Stargate, though. It's going to take those a minute to warm up. I don't realistically see us hitting 100,000. Unless we finish the system and it just keeps going. Which is not really what I'm aiming for. kill our throttle. Start collecting some ice to get things back online. Meanwhile, these will keep doing their thing. Okay. Collect what we can from that. And we'll snip that off again, so that we can keep the water storage there and focus on just having it pull from sewage. Carbon dioxide's going down. Oxygen is near maxed. Those are turned off. So all the oxygen is strictly the processing of the CO2, which should be lossy, so it should go down. We are getting some gas from this nebula, but not as much as I'd like. Yeah, so go from here up to where it says transport them to the Stargate. So I am curious about the jump gate. I think we go and we get a bunch of copper while we're here, because that's the only metal I'm short on. So I grab a bunch of copper while we're here. We do shipyard things. Then the curiosity is, do we go to this next jump gate or the Stargate? I'm not sure about that. We'll go to the middle, we'll jump to the Stargate, we'll see what it says. If we can keep going, we go. But in the meantime, we're getting plenty, like, we're getting a combination of, we're getting our regular fuel is getting produced. And we're also getting a bunch of the ice on board for making our water be in better shape. Okay, so that'd be the last of the water. Once the drones are on board, we'll head out. Because this has been my curiosity of, like, how does this end? Like, where does it leave off with the survival mode? Because honestly, the only strain I've had in this mode, for the most part, has been self-inflicted by just taking on more and more and more people, being like, okay, where's the point where, I can no longer reasonably sustain this many people, which I'd honestly, like, this thing keeps just getting bigger and bigger. There's got to be a limit. Money's definitely not the limit, because I physically cannot spend my money on anything meaningful with how fast I'm getting it. It's definitely one of the things I feel like this game could use, is some difficulty settings so you can make the economy a little bit rougher and that kind of thing. So you want to go to N174. That's probably not happening, man. In the meantime, before I forget, we are looking for copper. Perfect. So you're gonna move over to where the copper is. Let's go habitation. Okay. So plan straightforward, get in range of the copper, open up. Oh, we can also do the repair. Patch up the tiny bit of armor damage we took. You want to go to the next sector? Done. You want to go to the next sector? Done. You want to go to the next sector? Done. Sector? Done. You want to go back? You want to go back? You want to go back? Next sector? Done. Next sector? Done. You want to go back? Where are you going, man? Alright. I think you'll eventually just implode under your own mass and gravity. That would be a pretty funny way for the whole thing to wrap up. Now, we are obviously going to be massively straining this. I'm pretty sure we just took on board almost another 1,000 people between all those contracts, as they just spill forth. Oh, you overshot it so much. There we go. Because I need copper, not the other stuff. That doesn't look like copper, that looks like precious. Let's start scooching back, because I need you to be getting copper. I've got precious metal. Copper I don't have. Okay. Cool. This is actually the Odyssey soundtrack. RimWorld. We still have people getting on board. I'm genuinely getting nervous about how many people we've just brought on board. And by that I mean are actively taking on board. We're up to 3,740 something people on board. See, all of them want to go back to the other system. I could potentially do that. Since we're picking up all of this, I could potentially drop back here, drop those people off, and jump straight on and go through. I'm probably good for it. It's a little dicey. Let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit. Everybody on board. Don't risk it, it's too late. We hit the go button. There is no biscuits? That is criminal. How dare you insinuate the lack of biscuits? What even is the point if there's no biscuits? Oh, also... sell... we use cannons, so all that stuff does me no good. Oh, nope, still people coming on board. I was like, oh, are we finally ready to go? Hey, Floral Ember, how's it going? Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, everyone's got their things going on. We're just doing the last Starship and trying to do, like, the very end here, but I'm being greedy and I might get punished for it. You still haven't gotten that sorted out because of how much junk we're just bringing in. How are we doing so far as getting all this copper ore in here? Where is that getting piled up, by the way? You can have a spot to store it over here as well. Oh, CO2 warning. Okay. We are getting too much CO2 in the atmosphere. So let's get some CO2 scrubbers. But I've been good. Just doing what I've been doing. So you get more CO2 scrubbers going. And hurry, because for some reason, taking on like an extra 1,000 people has really spiked the CO2 on the ship. I'm going to need everyone to breathe just a little less, please. It's for your own safety. Alright, so I need motors and frames. Game looks intense. It's good. It's not as, like, intense as it first comes across. I'm not gonna say it's, like, super easy breezy or whatever game. There's a lot going on, but you're looking at it, like, late game where my ship starts just, like, this middle section here with just, like, the engines attached. And we've just kind of grown and grown and grown and added more and more junk onto it. What about the food, though? The food is becoming a real problem. Let's get this party moving. I think I got more than enough copper. Let's get our drones on here. We can let them start working, getting the air circulators, get those carbon scrubbers and all that in here. Because we get a bunch of people off of here. Our farms should start catching up with all them. People are still trying to come on. They are, aren't they? Well, they need to go faster. Because this is a real problem. Look, I need you to get the drones in. I think we're running into a computation problem where, like, things aren't running at the speed they should be. Because you'll notice, like, the passengers getting on are, like, stuttering a little bit. The atmosphere calculation seems to be stuttering a little bit. Our people doing stuff is, like, not going consistently, so I think we're hitting a computation bottleneck. Which is bad, Because if we don't go, people are going to die soon. I think that's the last one we're loading up people from. Okay, we just got 9 more people to get on here. Come on. You can do it. 3 more. Just get off. Never mind, we got 117 more people. Look how rapidly that is gaining. Please, like, I need you to just process faster. Because I can't do anything about that going faster. It's just kind of hesitating. Yeah, it definitely feels like a computation thing where things are running slower. Let's try dropping the game to half speed. And see if that makes it so things stabilize a little bit. Maybe? Please let this be the last one. Come on, get on here. So basically, I think we're flying too close to the sun. That looks like they might be dropping instructions kind of thing. We've got 93 more to load up. This is getting really bad really fast. And I am installing more CO2 scrubbers, so they are gradually increasing the rate we're gathering the CO2. To be fair, we have loaded almost over 1,000 more people on this place. Oh, come on. I can't do anything if you don't get on the ship. I think I actually have 2 more to load up. Oh yeah, no, the CO2 is just straight up burning down. That's the reason I'm hoping we get the last couple people on here. We jump over, we drop everyone we can at their destination, pick up some more CO2 scrubbers. Oh my god, 200 more people? New plan. Oh wait, it's not a problem with, Can we pop the door? Release the atmosphere. I was like, let me go ahead and start canistering all the CO2. Is making sure we don't have cross-contamination on our lines for our scrubbers. We don't. All of you standing around, could you install the scrubber? At least slow down the hemorrhaging? Okay, so that's another one coming online. Okay, we are making a CO2 scrubber now. I really need you to stop loading people. Okay, we can't go lower than halftime. Because that's the issue, is how slowly it's doing stuff right now. Like I said, it feels like some type of computation bottleneck. Alright, we can't wait. We're about to die here. Get back off my ship. Get more CO2 scrubbers in here. And then the moment we get them off of here, we jump out of system. We're going to go ahead and start lining us up. Bringing more and more and more of those online. Get off my ship, please. Because that's definitely not a sustainable thing. You sure you don't want to go for the last 100 people to finish the quest? Oh, I do. I want to. But only if I start seeing the CO2 situation start getting under control. Apparently it just failed that quest. I didn't have everyone on board. Because we're going to need more of those. We also take refugees every single time we dock. So I actually still have the refugees climbing on board here. The moment that stops, we're out. Please stop. Please stop. How many are you? Are we going to hit capacity? All right, well, our food is gone. I can't scale up the food. Okay. I've got so many scrubbers going. And our water's getting low. We can also go here, pipes. Turn that back on. Okay, and as much as I'd like to keep this party going, I think we've hit that that situation where we are on that very, very hard limit on what we can carry on our ship. So we just need to get out of system. I assume roll credits. Okay, so we are actually getting ahead on the CO2 now. Surprisingly, there was no cost to use this gate. So let's go ahead and go to you. And switch you over. Hydroponic garden. You're struggling to keep the batteries from draining out entirely. With as many people as I have on board, my top speed is 5. We've got air's holding up for now. Did I switch you to the air production? No, get you on air production. Yeah, so we've got CO2 handled for the moment as far as storing it. I'm not processing it fast enough. Oh, for the love of everything, get over there! You can do it! Alright, let's not do that. Just turning all the maneuvering jets to try and give it a little bit more. Be sure to plead 5 when they ask what happened to the passengers. Also offer them barbecue. Alright, so we're probably going to make it. Because the CO2 is handled for now. That is going to get out of control soon, once these containers fill up. The food, we're actually kind of in a weird, not great situation. We're not quite equilibrium, but we are kind of spiking back up before people start starving, because we're just on a rotation of pulling crops. The water is the one on burn down that when it drops off, that's it. Come on. Give me the button. Give me the button. Give button. Alright, we're aligning to leave. Alright, would deleting the tanks and reinstalling them empty them? I think it'd kick out the CO2 as canisters. Sector 13? What do you mean Sector 13? What do you mean Sector 13? That's illegal. There's supposed to be 12 of them. No time. No time to consider anything else. Align. So you have 4,040 permanent residents in your fleet. Okay. So we should be able to dump off a lot of people. Get out of my ship. Get out of my ship. Get out of my ship. And there's nothing new so far as passenger stuff. All of you, get out of my ship. Let's see here. Airy processor. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and cancel where you're making stuff. So we don't waste all my materials. Okay. We got a ton of people out of my ship. Another thing I need to do is... civilians? I hate to be the one to say it, but get out of my ship. All 4,000 of you, get out of my ship. I need to stabilize things, and there are too many of you on board here. And then now that they're all off my ship, all of you get back on my ship. I'm assuming that'll have reset the amount of them. And that there's not 4,000 of them waiting to get back on my ship. If nothing else, even if they all got off and got back on, for that couple of seconds, suddenly all my water and everything else started to stabilize. Yes, this just, So it's curious, the whole other time it had the 12 markers and then it just vanished. So I am wondering if this is the last system, or if it does go on forever. Because if it goes on forever, I mean, genuinely the only limiter is how much I can handle, so far as people. What's also interesting is apparently I'm gaming humanitarian XP for the purposes of accepting them, even though I just kicked them off. So it looks like you kicked them off and welcome them back on again. Which does bring in a lot of curious implications. Am I gonna get all 4,000 back? So resources-wise, we're doing pretty good. Water is coming along. Oh, the sewage. Okay, hang on. Our sewage is still continuing to climb. I'm wondering if it's gonna give me all 4,000 back. Which is interesting, because that does mean I can go to a system, park, kick everyone off, let all my reserves build back up, and then welcome them back on. You know, and just make it a humanitarian crisis for the station for a little while. Meanwhile, let's also look. This is just a colony. The shipyard's down there. Yup. And they don't stop coming, they don't stop coming, they don't stop coming. I'm just waiting to gain a level in humanitarian by kicking them out and then welcoming them back on, and then just like getting the extra XP for it. I'm assuming it's at 24,000. Nope. It's gonna... Oh, nope, we did just level up. So everything seems mostly stabilized now. It's gonna keep giving me more. We're also hitting the point, if I want to keep going with this, I need a separate room for even more food and water production and everything else. And the crew aren't the problem. Like, they're just, I mean, so the crew number isn't the problem. There's actually a thing up here that shows, like, how much of my crew are active and all that. And it's not hitting, like, 0 at any point. They only carry a little bit of resources. I'm actually buying, anytime we dock, all of their fuel, food, water, air, and, you know, all those consumables. But they might only have, like, 5 or 10 units, like, containers on their entire station. We're talking populations I don't think the game really expected you to do. Oh, also... make it a point of continuing to add the solar panels out there. So as things continue to escalate over time, I could start reducing how much fuel I'm burning. Because I feel like that's going to be another pain point. I was hoping one of those would be a nebula system. But we do actually get rid of the compost and seeds that we have in excess. For anything of value we can get here. Okay. We'll start redirecting. You think it was 4.5k or so that you kicked off? So if it rolls past that, you got some stowaways. Will there be potentially people who were there as well that were welcoming them, plus whoever wanted to get off the ship there? And I do think it is a thing that every time I gain a level in humanitarian, on average, the number available at any given station is going up. And we do get a big payout every single time we jump to a new system, depending on how many people we have on board with this setup. You're installed backwards. There we go. Yeah, I think it's safe to say you can just grab them all back. And we have run ourselves completely out of ice again. Which amuses me greatly. Yeah, so 4,400 is the most we've ever had on board. We're getting pretty close to that. It definitely seems if I zoom out, this goes slower. Okay, well, we're handling the CO2 fine. The food, we're working on it. The water is unfortunately running into a situation where we need more waste production stuff. So that way we can retain as much of the water that they give us as possible. Alright, so... apparently one person decided they didn't want to go for another ride. What incoming trade is waiting? Oh, we're getting some random modules. Okay, cool. They must have failed those by kicking the people off the ship on accident. Alright, so you want to go to the next system. You want to go to 185. Welcome aboard. You want to go to 195. And let's see here. So it's just a colony. And we're looking at 195 as our next stop. So 195 is literally where I'm going. And then 185 is back the way we came. Probably not going to worry about the... well... I don't love that I looked away and suddenly the oxygen spiked into the floor. So now they're permanent residents? I guess. Are you gonna get any of these things off? You got a bunch of mission goal stuff that I need you to take off my ship, or take all that off. Yeah, no, it's definitely something here that as your ship gets big, you get computation issues. Because I'm seeing stuff that is starting to get less and less running smoothly as we get larger. And like I said, I think it's one of those ones that there's different ways to handle when you're starting to hit the CPU pretty hard. And one of those is you basically huck the instructions off the side. You know, the redundant or the expendable, whatever you want to call, you know, whichever ones you want there. So I think that's what's happening here, is they're not queuing up the next task because they're like, oh, my task list is overburdened. Or they just have a mass number of tasks they can do at any time, so as we get more people on here, it's starting to not allow more of that to happen. And you're working on getting all the surplus compost out of here that's backing things up. You got the wastewater stuff sitting here. Alright. You have a good one, Who is. Enjoy your food. Okay. Alright, so we're continuing to install those things. And expand on all that. We're still just getting more and more people on board. It's got all these going down here as well. Speaking of which, got more of them. Okay, so just gotta get the supplies on board. Then our ship is basically out of food again. So try jumping down to this other one. Kick everyone back off. And see what we can do to try and stabilize our food. Obviously, we can't handle the 4,600 something people with food. Would you please empty that? This is the problem we're running into, is I got all my staff and they're just kind of standing around. Because like I said, I think it's probably something like they can only have 100 simultaneous instructions, whatever the amount is. And then because we're just so much going on, they're just not happening. Because things seem to stabilize when I set it to half speed. But then it goes slower. And this is something you run into with a lot of these games. Like whether it's, you know, this, Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld, Going Medieval, Timberborn. They let you, well, a lot of them will let you just keep scaling until the game starts coming apart at the seams. This one, it's curious because I really don't have that many crew members on it. I have a bunch of, like, not crew members. And it feels like they might be doing calculations that are a little bit too in-depth for those individuals, versus just chucking them up top and being like, okay, you're part of this one amalgamous thing that takes up so much air and everything. okay, you've dipped below your requirement. Okay, well, this many percent of people are going to die this cycle. It almost feels like they're doing some level of individual calculation. So it definitely feels like the game could use some optimization around that. Because this is kind of putting me at a point where this whole mode is about trying to get as many people out of here as possible. And like you can see here, they just need to unload this stuff. And right here, this dude just standing around. That dude just standing around. Well, he's actually gone for grab one. But he's just standing around. That one's coming over here to do it. But I've got 20, 30 people here. And we noticed that even before that I would have a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so they've gone to grab more stuff here. I think the workaround is that the idea is you would set up the automation, and that the automation, because it doesn't have pathfinding and all that, is far more efficient. And so ultimately you would want to work that way for like your different production lines and all that, and not have the labor side of it to deal with. Granted, it feels like we should be able to do more with the compost, because we always get a surplus of compost and seeds, and ultimately you end up having to just carry those away and sell them. Which, granted, it'd be a lot easier if my docking spot was back here by that. It'd be a lot faster. The thing is, the shuttle only docks at one spot, so even though I added another hook on this side, it's never docked on that side. It's always come to this same spot. So I think you'll just choose a preference, and it has nothing to do with the pathing or anything. Yeah, so they're all standing here. They got to get 36 more things out of the shuttle. All of this cargo's available. And all of them are just standing there waiting. It's taking forever to spawn the boxes in. Yeah, so I think we'll probably jump through the other end of this system, and if it just keeps going, we'll call it kind of from there. Because it does seem like we're running into game engine issues at this point. Which is a little bit of a bummer that it's not handled more smoothly. I'd rather they, some games what they'll do is what's effectively time gating, where the whole game just runs slower, but runs in line. So instead of having all these guys just stand around half the time, they would continue working fluidly, just the game itself would run physically slower. There's been a number of games who have done that, like a time temporal whatever. Because I only can imagine while you're doing that and in a fight, what happens. And I can't not get rid of the compost, because it just keeps building up forever. Could you move that right there, sir? And I don't think adding more crew will help. Because you can also look at a lot of these. I mean, they're actually fine right now. A lot of times I'd come back here and there'd be a bunch of these that aren't done, like they haven't put the compost in them. Okay, 6 more. We'll drop off the people who want to be dropped off, and like I said, I think we'll just jump to the end of the system and get out of here and just see what happens. Need 5 more. 4 more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, and the trade ode is just going to be dropping the seeds and all that, so let's get out of here. We're going to drop these ones off. We're not going to bother picking up new stuff. We're just going to leave. Yeah, those are also starting to fail. So get off my ship. I'm not going to bother accepting anything else. Because everything's kind of breaking down right now. Humanitarian. Okay. Yeah, so they're still doing the thing where it runs, they all pause, then the air just jumps down to like 50%, and then they all turn on and it builds back up and it repeats. And I think that's another like calculation slowdown kind of thing. We're gonna run out of water soon. Are you done? Is that all of them? It's gonna update the number down to 0. Because we need to leave. What are you trying to carry out of here? Oh, we've got equipment still spawning in that I purchased to install. That's what's happening. Alright, so please move the things out of the door. Please move the things out of the door. Alright. So this kind of sucks. This kind of sucks pretty bad. Okay, so we've got one last fight. Our food and water are critical. Like I said, if the next system is just, it keeps going. 5 enemy ships. We need to provide the materials they want. Okay, that's one down. I'm assuming we kill the fighter launcher, the fighters stop showing up. Start course correcting to get you into line of sight. The batteries are running low. Okay, so we're just gonna have to hold for a minute while the batteries recover. I am kind of hoping they were just overshoot and go right past me and come out the other side and let me open up on them. Get him. Get him, he's right there. Meanwhile, while that fight's going on, make frames. So we get some hits in while this is going on. Yeah, so the CO2 is getting overwhelmed. That's likely because our battery is dead. We've got these fighters harassing us, and it does not look like I can do anything to stop them. It looks like I have to use the Gatling guns, and I don't have those. Let's try and get over to the gate. Because it does qualify as me having eradicated the barricade. We're hovering right on the edge of having battery. And our CO2 is climbing because our power grid is suffering. Install. Get those fusion reactors online. Throttle 0 for a moment. Give the batteries a chance to power up. Get the fusion reactors in. I don't need to sustain the power. I just need to kick it on. Please stop collecting ore. Oh, you're moving the ore so there's room for the fusion reactor. That's fair. Would you leave me alone? Those things should run out of power by now. Okay. So they are spinning up. The good news, these things do, like, no damage. So we are slowly pulling all the CO2 out. Come on, I need to spin up faster. And then we can make for the gate. Just in case. I just need the last 3 frames and then we can go through the door. Yeah, so the fact that the fighters keep going well after you've killed everything is kind of a bummer. Okay, all the reactors are online. I see at least 2 more frames there, which is all I need to complete the objective. So I just need for people to actually carry those out of here. That's 1. And like I said, if we jump into the next system is just more of this, then we will probably just do something else for a while. Because like I said, this is kind of hitting a hard limit of what I can do. Just because, like I said, you're seeing are people standing around not working on things because what I can only assume is like computation issues. Okay, so you're good. Get that out of here. In the meantime, turn those off. And I think what I'd probably do now with my farther knowledge is probably go through here and just automate the whole thing. That I do think if we automate it, it'll be less computationally heavy. So instead of needing like 20 people running around working on things, I just have a bunch of inserters and all that kind of moving stuff onto conveyor belts. And it'd be just the people like loading and unloading the shuttle, because I don't think you can automate that. And a handful of other things. Couple more CO2 scrubbers in there. Not that's going to help. Those are going to get overwhelmed soon. Alright, so I just need to get to the gate. And we can leave the system. And the whole time, I'm just being picked at by these fighters. The fighters do, like, no damage. Like, they have been just pelting me this whole time. And I think they've chipped a couple of armor blocks, and that's basically all the more they've done. Is it the same save as last night? If so, the ship got way bigger, yeah? Yeah. And we've been kind of observing that we're kind of hitting some of the, we've been kind of hitting some limitations in the game where we're starting to get some weird behavior where they're not loading and unloading stuff. Like, it's just not... So, for those who didn't see, the ship will sit here, and my people can't take the stuff off until it appears in the ground. And it's slowing down how fast that's happening and everything. There, we got the prepare to jump. But yeah, so we're starting to hit limitations in the game. Still, we got a lot going on here, to its credit. Yeah, we're nearing max shipification. So if the 2 drones would get back in... Yeah, also the fact that you do just kind of jump. I figured System 12 was the end of it. The fact that it does go on infinitely, I'm pretty mixed on in all honesty, because it does just invite you to push things to their absolute limit, where it's ultimately the engine that lets you down. And I could see a lot of fun with that, but it is a thing I was kind of expecting there to be an end. But I mean, it's fine if it goes on forever. It just means we'd keep building and keep moving forward and all that. That said, we're going to have to absolutely dump everyone out the side of the ship the moment we get here. I'll jump to the station, disembark everybody. And that'll be a whole thing. Yeah, because I've got 46, almost 4,700 people permanently on my ship. And we're getting like 10 million a turn. And it's definitely one of those ones I'm kind of feeling a bunch of pain points. But yeah, no, I feel like, so I would say this game is released, and this is kind of my same criticism I would give of early Prison Architect. Prison Architect is a game I absolutely adore, but early Prison Architect, when it first dropped, had some really rough edges. And I would say this is very much indicative of that exact same experience, where it's like, okay, you got a fun game here, but also there's a lot of stuff in here that is just not fully baked. Like, they need to have difficulty settings because the economy, both in the main game and this one, is super easy to get yourself established in a good place where money stops meaningfully mattering in any aspect. The combat's fine. I actually don't have too much I'd complain about the combat overall. Okay, so we're gonna go to the auto trade. I'm gonna go down to where we have crew. Get off my ship. Well, civilian. Get off my ship. All 47,000 of you. The other thing we can do is go armor. That's all the damage we took fully repaired. Yeah, so this is a perfect example. So you saw they all just kind of stood there while they figured out what they're doing. That does seem to be what's actually causing our air to go bonkers. It's people coming and going. Because when they all dropped in here, it spiked down the whole way and said they were all suffocating. And then it sorted itself on the other side. Alright. Now, with all that said, we basically have just about everyone off of our ship. We still supposedly have 216 people on our ship still. Which makes me curious. Huh. There's just a casual 4,600 people waiting to get off here. Okay, because like I said, that's been creating some kind of performance issues and all that. Seeing I still have residents on board. Okay, so I got 44 crew. Also, I don't need the scientists anymore. We've researched everything. All right. So, with that, what I think I'm going to go ahead and do is we will save this where it's at. So, on-stream Survivor. So, I very much have enjoyed the last Starship. I will say it does have issues. It does have some shortcomings that all need to be dealt with. There's definitely a scale of computation and all that that's going on that we're seeing things that are no longer running smoothly as we end up getting a lot more people, which is understandable. I think for me personally, I would rather they do the whole thing where they like temporarily slow down the game. So, as the population starts to get too high for it to calculate right, this button grays out and that button grays out and that button grays out until you get to halftime. And then if it still needs to throttle down just to avoid throwing instructions and all that, that is what it is. That's what games like Factorio will do, that as you start hitting limits, it'll start throttling the game down to keep it running correctly. But with this, it is one of those things that people stop doing their instructions, it stops unloading the ship, you just kind of have to wait for it to catch up. And that can be just a real big thing where in the meantime, you're now not getting food, you're not getting water, you're not getting air because the calculations aren't happening. So that's pretty rough. That's definitely gotta be smoothed out. But I have enjoyed it. It is kind of a bummer. That means with this being an infinite mode, you hit that end where you're like, well, even though it's infinite, I can't have 5,000 people on my ship. The game stops running correctly. And there's not really a workaround that I've been able to see. But with that, let me go ahead and exit that. So what I think I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to quickly pop in and use the restroom. We're not going to end stream here, but I do think I'm going to pivot gears probably over to Feastopia, which is a city builder we haven't played yet. That's kind of like Against the Storm in that the idea isn't that you burn hundreds of hours into like one big city, but you might burn dozens of hours in a city. And it's all centered around the all centered around kind of this, I don't know if it's like a guardian or a deity or whatever, but it demands you keep feeding it. Like it effectively demands tribute. And as long as you take care of it and all that, it will give you boons that make, things work better and all that. Whereas if you don't feed it, I don't know if you get a game over or you get like a big negative. I don't know what the consequences are because I haven't played yet, but that's the implication. So I'm going to take just a minute. The YouTube side of the stream is going to come down for at least a couple minutes while I get this all flipped over. But I also got to pop over and use the restroom. But when we get back, we'll check out Feastopia and we'll go from there. With all that said, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in.